Hello there and welcome to your Friday afternoon Arrows action courtesy of the MODUS Super Series. It is D-Day in terms of qualifying for finals night. Daryl Pilgrim already there after a historic week for Mr. P, who was Mr. Perfect in winning Group A. But Groups B and C will be completed over 2 sessions of darts today. Group C this afternoon. And here's a reminder of what happened yesterday. Charlie Large enjoyed a big win against the Tower thanks to his double-double finish, but he couldn't double his points tally and is bottom of the pile after day one. Just ahead of him is Niall Cullerton, who managed 2 wins and still harbours outside hopes of qualifying for tomorrow's finals. He's on 4 points along with the unmistakable Tony Wood. The North East ace won his first and last matches on Thursday to keep himself in with a squeak. Justin Smith also got 2 wins yesterday. The Welshman is just in with a chance of making finals night himself. But the top 2 are a long way clear, 4 points no less. Dutchman Arjen Konteman collected 4 victories, continuing a good week for him. And the same amount was tallied up by the Tower, Dom Taylor, who is perched at the top of the table coming into the final day. Yeah, 2 players pulled clear in Group C. Glenn Durrant was providing commentary and will be again today. And it's going to be tough to catch a top 2, isn't it? Yeah,
it was pretty dominant from Dom Taylor and Arjen Konteman. And I fully expect the same today, if truth be told.
Well, let's show you how the table lies going into the final day of action. And it is those 2, 4 points clear. That is a big gap. However, of course, they do have to play each other. So there's a chance for someone to catch at least one of them.
Yeah, it's an interesting first set of 3 games because Dom Taylor, I'd expect him to open up with a big win with Niall Cullerton. But then we've got some interesting games. And Game 3, Arjen Konteman against Justin Smith. That could be the real turning point. You feel if Konteman gets through that game, I feel he'll run away. Justin Smith, I've waited all week to see his best. He's still averaging about 86, 85 without playing anywhere near his best. Is this the day you come to the party?
Yeah, possibly could be. Smith, along with Niall Cullerton and Tony Wood, hoping to maybe just bridge that gap. Before we focus more on this afternoon, we'll just have a quick reflection on Group B last night, Glenn, because 3 players get through from that group, and 2 of them got 6 points. So the Badger Dave Prinz could have gone through the card until he was rudely beaten by Scott Taylor 4-0.
And like I said, as the expert pundit, I said Dave Prinz had no chance. I wasn't keen on his preparation yesterday, and he totally proved me wrong. Scott Taylor was excellent very late on last night.
Yeah, Matt Dennant in the middle, but all to play for in that. Remember, 3 go through, 2 from this. We'll show you the betting now, and this is to win the group. So, Dom Taylor, odds-on favourite, despite being the same amount of points as Arjen Konteman.
Yeah, he is a class act. For me, he's the best player at 6. And my co-commentator, Henry Deacon, did identify him as being one that will comfortably get through this week. He has got them gears, he has got that ceiling, and I think the bookies have got up there about right.
And those odds are to win the group, but if you look at the other odds, they think that Justin Smith is the most likely to force his way into that top 2 from the rest of the field.
Yeah, like I said, it's a very interesting game, Game 3. Watch out for that one. Tony Wood will be happy that he's playing Charlie Large first game. That might just give him the momentum to kick in, but he was very inconsistent yesterday. Once again, I think they've got that about right.
Yeah, Wood won his first and last games yesterday. Charlie Large's only win came against Dom Taylor. He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he, Charlie?
Yeah, he's 18-year-old. He's got to remember he's learning on the job and not to beat himself up too much. He's got a very, very bright future.
Right, let's have a look at the bet builder for today. This is where Glenn will either agree and be wrong or disagree and be wrong, but talk us through it. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. With the top one there, the total legs, Konteman and Taylor over 5, so we expect that one to go the distance. I don't disagree with that. Charlie Large, minus 1.5 with Niall Cullerton. Very interesting one, that one, hence the reason it's 5 to do. But clearly people out there see something maybe that I don't. And the bottom one, I like that one. Smith to get at 180, he can do that at any time.
Do you think that anyone can catch Konteman or Taylor?
Like I said, Game 3 could be very interesting. Maybe when I stand here after Game 6, we might look back on that Game 3. If Konteman can get by his nearest opponent, Justin Smith, I'm just waiting for Justin Smith to really turn up. That's the only thought process for me where, but hand on heart, I think the top 2 run away with it.
Yeah, and we're going to see Dom Taylor in the first match. I mean, once you start to get 10 points, 12 points, you're pretty much thinking you're home and hosed.
He's a very confident young man as well. I think he believes his own ability, and you know, he's sound. He seems really good mentally. He's applying his trade at the Challenge Tour, and he's done the development tours. He's had success. Now he's just at that crossroads. The MODUS Super Series is the next big thing for him.
Well, enough talking darts. Let's watch some. Taylor does take on Cullerton in the opening match of 15. We'll bring you live today, and Glenn Durrant will talk you through them alongside Henry Deacon.
Magic. Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Decision Day Friday here at the Super Series, where 5 of the 6 identities of the finals night field are going to be found out. Well, this man is in very good nick to be one of them. Dom Taylor, the 25-year-old Bristolian, former development tour winner, looking to add the Super Series to his list of achievements, up against the 36-year-old Niall Cullerton from Kilkenny in the Republic of Ireland. And as you can see there, he is suffering with a little bit of a hobble. Just moving a little bit gingerly to and from the board. A little bit of a injury to his foot. It has been a week of, well, pretty much every part of the body breaking down for Niall Cullerton. He had issues with his rotator cuff yesterday, and now with the leg today.
First leg, it's Dom to throw first. Game on.
No issues with the voice. Always in fine fettle is Owen Binks. Always in fine form is Owen Binks. As is Glenn Durrant in the commentary box.
Yes, here we go again.
96.
I expect a dominant display once again from Dom Taylor. Interesting to see how Niall Cullerton does. It's been I mean, you know him better
91.
than I do in that MODUS Super Series stage. It just hasn't been his week, really, has it?
It hasn't, and it's not been for the wanted trying as far as Niall's concerned. He's kind of had his real trials and tribulations, hasn't he, this week?
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, I was chatting with him just before he was walking on there, so you might see him gingerly walking to the ucky there, and I think he sort of turned his ankle as well. No problem. It's
43.
not on the lead leg, so he doesn't expect any difference. You can clearly see there that he's got his own issues to deal with. Sometimes when you have problems, I remember when I cut my hand during a game, and it just took away any nerves that I had.
171.
Maybe that could be a case for for Niall Cullerton, but that's a superb setup once again for Dom Taylor. I'm a huge fan, and something you picked up on Monday morning
60.
when you were looking forward to seeing Dom being
134.
here. I think he's at that crossroads now where it's time for him to really kick in now and to get to Champions Week and, you know, go all the way from there.
94.
So squaring up tops after 12 for the Tower. Really impressive day yesterday. Overall average 93.01, 18 out of 48
43.
when it came to the doubling. Let's see how he is on the outer ring, because you know the scoring's in good fettle. But the doubling
30.
isn't as clean as a whistle, but he is going to come back.
Yeah, when you're so far ahead, I used to treat this a bit like a front runner in athletics. Just play your own game.
100.
Maybe just stay focused is his biggest battle here. He doesn't need to go directly for double five, but because of his height, doesn't want to mess around too much, because the danger's a big 2 here.
6. Now we require 100.
Not to be, and so can Cullerton step in with a 164? Not to be on this occasion, and so Dom Taylor's only had 5 opportunities to win this opening leg. Is going to get
58.
more chances,
And we require
and it's going to be double 2 this time.
Yeah, it was a great game between them at the end of last night.
Game shot on the first leg. Dom Taylor.
Dom Taylor takes that 1-0 lead. It was a real great battle between the pair of them. It went the full 7 legs.
Second against Niall to throw first.
I always see the last game for him yesterday and the first game today is real 4-pointers. And Dom Taylor has a good chance to get that magic 10 points.
84.
Which would, before we see the likes of Joseph Smith and Ariane Conterman play, it would put him 6 points ahead of third spot in the table. That is a huge
55.
gap. You know, this early stage of proceedings. After this, well, Dom Taylor can pretty much pick off his way towards qualification.
45.
He can get rid of Cullerton. He could probably knock him out the charge. He's then got Tony Wood, can probably knock him out of charge.
Yeah, his biggest problem, Henry, just even you sort of saying that, is the fact that he could be looking too far ahead. He really should be. And he probably doesn't need telling. Like I said, if for such a young man, he's got a lot of experience in the game. He just has to focus on getting over the line against Niall Cullet. And the danger of looking further ahead is probably one of the battles he'll have. But he seems to have a mature head on young shoulders.
$134.
Right, this is game 1 of 15 that we're going to see in this session. The other players involved: Charlie Large, Tony Wood, Ariane Konterman, and Justin Smith. The top two will qualify for tomorrow night's final. They're going to be joined by Daryl Pilgrim, who, well, pretty much bulldozed his way through Group A. Anything he didn't do, well, it's not worth writing on the back of a postcard. And then 3 from Group B, where Dave Prince and Scott Taylor look as if they're in the best positions to progress their way through.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to game 3. We've waited all week for the best of Justin Smith.
79. Dom, you require 118.
Never liked this weight. Just means that you've got to get 2 trebles by going that way. But the setup play when your opponent's on 190, maybe that was his thought process.
So, tops for 2-0 for Dom Taylor. 40. And he really has had it all his own way thus far. But he has been missing doubles.
Game's on the second leg. Dom Taylor.
But he gets a second time of asking this time. 17 data, 2-0 lead for the tower.
Yeah, that was clean as a whistle.
Delegates Dom to say first. Game on.
Like you said, you're just running your own race. Just treat it as a practice session on your own when you know you're playing someone who's not at the top of the game and you're in that real comfort zone.
83.
It's a nice feeling to have. Any sort of tension, anxiety in your body, they just disappear, really. And you can just see all he's doing there is loosen himself up.
98.
Keeping it simple, basically.
Darts is a simple game. It's just darts players that overcomplicate it.
Yeah, true. True.
99.
That's a line that I use, with the coaching that I've been doing, and
100.
Keep it basic, and that's all he's doing right now. Just set yourself a target of 1 treble in these 3 darts, Dom. That would be the only thing I would do, and anything after that is a bonus.
140.
Fantastic darts. Great start. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
$95.
It's been a better leg as far as Cullerton is concerned, but still Taylor with the darts has the ascendancy.
$55.
However, dry visit there does open up the door for Cullerton somewhat, especially now.
100. Dom, you're requiring 124.
Yeah, Dom's flexing himself as well. He's such a tall lad. He's getting the right hotel beds, which may sound mad and different pill, especially when you sort of go into Europe as Dom looks at bullseye.
Game shot in the third
Sweet
leg.
as a nut. 3-0 to Dom Taylor. Super quick time. He does look the real deal, doesn't he? Something you called very, very early on Monday.
It's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Well, Dom Taylor, when you looked at the list of names, just felt like he was, well, those anyway, we knew were going to be in Group C. We just
55.
felt was the class act of the lot. His record here tells you that. What he's done here previously tells you that. But one thing that he will be very
96.
quick to mention, one thing that we're very quick to mention is we know what his ceiling is. It's a very high ceiling. But with that, now I feel like there is a step over from what we know is talent in this competition to them furthering the expectations. And that, it feels like, is going on to get into finals, to go on and then win weeks. We set the bar very high for Dom because we know what he is capable of.
60.
Yeah, like I said, I call it the crossroads, and probably one of his major targets in 2023 to it's a worrying sign for him there.
140.
With his muscles, but like I said, sometimes when you go to hotels, and I've done it myself, even the pillars and things like that, but he's in discomfort there. You wouldn't think so the way he's playing. A very nice, solid job what he's doing, but
140.
you'll see him flexing as well. No complaints at all from Niall Cullerton. He might be having his own trials and tribulations there, but he's not sulking. He's not highlighting these shoes. He's just giving everything
65.
everything he possibly can.
One bit of advice, always bring your own pillow to hotels.
Yeah, even the great does it, Phil Taylor. Whenever I travel away with him, and he takes his own pillow, but lots of dart players are doing that now.
100. No,
Anyway,
require 160.
enough of the pillow talk. Time for the finishing.
100. Dummy require 105.
For the match.
Yeah, options on 105. $86 left, so treble 18. Now he's just going to live, but first chance at a double
57.
you would expect here
No,
for
he requires
Cullerton.
60.
Nice and straight with the first hand. That hasn't always been the case this week, but that's perfect. And just sit it on top of that.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Niall
And
Cullerton.
it's as easy as that, Niall.
One chance, one taken. Back to 3-1, but Taylor does have the darts to complete the
It's
job
Dom
here.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, complacency is probably the biggest problem for Dom right now.
59.
You have to see the job out. Stay focused. Once you lose concentration, start making the game
100.
difficult. Good again return from Cullerton. Just fancy a big 140 here from Dom.
$140.
As I mentioned yesterday, Dom's a very unique breed of player because he can work with a lie both above and below that treble bed. Not many players have got the capabilities of doing that. We saw last night with
81.
Dave Prince. If anything drags below that treble 20 bed, it looks as if he's got no route to find anything above.
Yeah, and that might have something to do with the barrel himself. We did say them points, them flights look very small, as if they've been cut
95.
down on them darts. Like a submarine, like a torpedo, and he can accommodate sort of any dart. Better from Cullerton here.
140.
Keeps it interesting. And on 207, you're just thinking 171. That's all you're thinking.
$99.
So Taylor first to finish on 108, having already taken out the 124. Cullerton desperately searching for 140 to leave himself on tops and to give himself a
100.
glimmer if he could break in,
require
make it
108.
3-2. But this is the match-winning opportunity now for Dom Taylor. 108 to complete the job and to put himself onto 10 points in the group. He's going to get a dart at tops, but it drags low.
He just didn't throw that
No,
one, did he?
require 80.
Could hear and sense the frustration. Double 10 for his favourite double. That was a little rushed.
60.
Yeah, I didn't like that first dart there.
Dummy required 20.
This time, it's for the match. And it's a comfortable
Game
start to the
shot
day
and
for
the
Tom
match.
Taylor. He's moved on
Dom
to 10
Taylor.
points, the first player to do that. Got to be 100% in himself there, but playing very, very nicely in this Group C campaign. For Niall Cullerton, it was a difficult start, but got better as he went on. We feel now he has to win every single game from here. But for Dom Taylor, job done so far. As we move on to game 2, it's Charlie Large against Tony Wood.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break, Dom Taylor got the better of Niall Cullerton by 4-1, a victory, moving him on to 10 points and moving himself into the ascendancy as far as Group C is concerned. Next up for us, Tony Wood up against Charlie Large. Wood bookending his day with victories, but it was the middle portion that may pay for him. Whilst for Charlie Large, well, the player at the bottom of the table, his only victory yesterday was against the player at the summit, Dom Taylor. Here he is, the 55-year-old Tony Wood from Gateshead, famously where the Great North One is held. And the first ever player to have a 9-darter
Game on.
in an ADC recognised competition. It's Large with the darts to get it underway.
Yeah, it was incredible that the only win for Charlie yesterday was against the also impressive Dom Taylor. He'll want to produce that. He'll probably gets on the stage now thinking he's got a chance against Tony Wood. However, Tony Wood did comfortably beat Charlie in the penultimate game yesterday, 4-1.
100.
It was a bit of an inconsistent day for Tony. Tony's a very consistent player, very straight. And like I said, I think got the words pincher on his flights there, because he gets down to a double.
140.
He usually hits it, but that's a good early sign for Charlie Large. Them darts are going in with a lot more purpose.
Far more authoritative. As far as what the bookmakers are laying up in this one, Charlie Large
100.
even money, Tony Wood 8-11.
Yeah, you feel for Dom Taylor and Ariane Conterman. A Charlie Large win here.
93.
Probably looking at a 3-horse race, maybe. A big game coming up next, Henry. It could be a runaway for the top two, or Justin Smith finally can get in the
83.
mix against Ariane, make him think.
Well, I'm going to put a big statement out here. It could be done by the end of game 3. If Charlie Large beats Tony Wood and Ariane Conterman beats Justin Smith, I think we've seen.
57.
I think we know the top 2 already.
Oh, I bet you're fun at the party.
Don't get invited to them.
Well, last time I was here, Charlie Large hit a 170. I wonder if that's on his mind. But this is so much better from Tony Wood.
180.
So much better from Tony
Charlie
Wood.
Wood 170.
Not only is it tough, you feel it has to go. Tony Wood's found something overnight. It's been really good. That transition from the 20s to the 19s for Charlie Large is the number 1 positive that I've seen. Options for Wood, he's thinking there. It's the fact that he's got down to 36 means he's changed his mind. He's only going to get a dart at 88. Look at Charlie looking at the dart. Not all players
22.
do that.
Charlie required 36.
Because of that fantastic setup for Charlie. This is for a 16 darter.
9. Oh, he's split. He's gone for double 4.
32.
Interesting play, interesting
Tony
ploy, but
requires
it doesn't
16.
work out for Large. And Wood comes back for double 8 to pinch the first leg.
Game shot on the first
me,
leg. Tony
A
Wood.
little naive there from Charlie. I can understand the 10 double 4 when your opponent's 100 plus or not on a finish.
Second
I'd
against
rather
Tony
have the
to throw
2 darts
first.
go
Game
quite
on.
fairly aggressive at the double 9 and then really attack it there, but I am boring.
60.
What was it? Toast and jam this morning, Glenn?
Mushrooms on toast.
93.
Half an hour cleaning the kitchen from Owen Binks and Charlie Corstefine. I'll have a word with them too. Salmonella.
$81.
Yeah, I was a little concerned when I spoke with Charlie Large yesterday.
93.
You've got to remember, 18-year-old Henry. What a bright, bright future.
And a very mature head on what is very young shoulders as well, it has to be said. We see a lot of young players come into this building and they come always thinking as if they know everything about the game when they know absolutely nothing at all. But Charlie is one of those players that's trying to embrace this experience, try and learn from every appearance
93.
here. Wants to progress every time that he's here. It's his third appearance. No doubt he would have set the bar towards qualification for finals. It doesn't look like it may happen. It could happen, but he needs a big day today. But regardless of what happens, he's taken every single experience as it comes. And at some point, he will break those particular thresholds, which he wants to break.
Yeah, he's very likeable, isn't he? And I've noticed the development tour is on today's.
85.
Really
Tony
made a
require
conscious decision to come
135.
here instead of that.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it, in terms of the development tour, because of course, you want the glory in that particular competition, but it only really worth its weight as Wood looks to weigh up tops for
Game shot
135
the
for
second leg.
2-0 lead.
Tony
Wood, 2-0 to the good.
Yes, finishing is really, really good. I was surprised at the statistic
Delegates Charlie
overnight.
to throw first.
12
Game
from
on.
28 yesterday, but right now he's 2 from 5 and he's continuing to pinch. That was a beautiful finish.
96.
135 is one of them really difficult finishes because of the bullseye start, a treble and a double.
Yeah, as far as the development tour is concerned, it really carries weight if you're in one of those positions where you know you're in and around that mix for qualifying for the World Youth
44.
Championship on Monday. If you know that realistically you're going to have to do something big to get there, then you're better off taking up this.
Yeah, I read a tweet this morning that Luke Littler could be a Pro Tour card holder after today. I had an interview yesterday with Phil Bars about my thoughts of him going on the big tour at 16-year-old, and I did watch the interview with Chris Mason last week where, you know, it's a big snake pit of a pool when you're a professional player.
140.
But if he has the right people around him and he has got something not very often seen in a 16-year-old, he's very, very special, that real X factor. And intriguing, you know, people will want to watch him.
95.
Yeah, who knows what he does in the future.
The only thing I'll say is that we're going to judge him by high stands because what he's done here, but performing here and then performing at that level week in, week out are going to be two completely different
77.
beasts.
Well, he's going to have to get used to losing. That's
Charlie
the
require
big thing.
170.
Even Van Gerwen just doesn't win week in, week out on that Pro Tour because it's incredibly tough. As Large looks at 170.
87.
Well, this is a score that could completely change the complexion of the leg.
180.
Because now Large
Charlie
has to
required
hit the 83, you feel.
Yeah, the reaction was that of resignation of Charlie Large there when really the focus, she shouldn't even hear the 180. It's 99. He declined it last time.
Game shot on the third
He
leg.
might be regretting
Charlie
it now
Large.
because that was plumb.
Clutch last dart in hand for Charlie Large. Brings it back to
Well, that
2-1,
gets Tony
but
to
Tony
throw
Wood still has
first.
the
Game
ascendancy of throw. He has the darts for a 3-1 lead. And this is much better from Tony Wood, who, by his own admission, felt that he didn't play up to the standards that he knows to expect from him. His daily average for the day yesterday was
59.
82.64. In terms of the doubling ratios, 12 from 28. Which actually is slightly above his ADC
134.
numbers for 2023.
Yeah, he has that unique thing about him, the fact he's a Geordie, but he's a nice guy.
There's so many people from the northeast in this building over the next couple of days. I don't know whether to go Hawaii, Hawaii, or Awe.
121.
Or shall I go away?
Yes, please. Only
93.
spelt one way. Silent H.
Everybody wants silent H, don't they?
Do you want the best smoggy line?
140.
You're joking, aren't you? But your is Y-E-R. You're joking, aren't you?
I'm not going to do the impression.
100.
Well, Tony Wood's making a good first impression on the day. Going to set himself up into a 3-1 lead. Victory here would put him on to 6 points, and with Smith and Conterman going toe-to-toe next, he'll be hoping for a win for the Bearded Dragon, because it really would put that second position, particularly in the group, in a real interesting place. Taylor would feel like he's kind of got the group by the grasp of his hand in that scenario, because he plays Tony Wood in game 4.
145.
Fantastic set-up play again, and he took his time, but that was looking pretty precarious, that dart. It was wobbling just a little bit. Averaging over 102 now is Tony Wood.
58.
He's been waiting
Tony
for this
required 36.
performance. Has been to a finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. Loves the opportunity. Got the opportunity for 3-1 lead
Age
here.
on the fourth leg.
Takes it with
Tony
real
Wood.
authority. Averaging over 100 as well at the same time. Charlie Large is not playing too shabby
If it
either.
gets Charlie to throw first, game on.
And we haven't broken the 3-figure barrier in Group C. Dom Taylor, if anybody, has been the one who's come the closest.
58.
He had a 98.64, ironically, against Tony Wood in a 4-1 victory. That was in game 12 of yesterday's session, although no average is going to compete with the Pilgrim Madness on Tuesday. 118.88, followed by a 1-2-2.
100.
Yeah, it was a spectacular day for myself and Scott Mitchell. Pretty much saw everything in darts, but it was just there was an hour
99.
90 minutes where it was breathtaking. Every time we were looking up, both players are averaging over 100. It's one of them MODUS magic moments.
81.
Yeah, most certainly a MODUS memory, which we'll be talking about for many years to come. And if you do want to relive that game, you
46.
can do on our YouTube channel. It's at MSS Darts. Do drop us a subscribe. You can also get in contact with us via our Twitter channel. It's at MSS Darts on there as well. You can send in your questions. Tell us as well whereabouts in the world that you're tuning in to us from. We'll keep tabs of any of the questions that you may have
43.
for Glenn Durham here in the commentary box, or any observations you have about today's play or the world of darts in general. You are a big part of our program here at the
58.
Super Series, so do get in touch with us. What makes this a little bit unique is people can get in touch at home and we'll answer their questions live on air.
$81.
Closing in now, Tony Wood.
$60.
Yeah, nice dart again there from Charlie Large. Just zero reward. Tony wants to stay there because you're thinking a ton, 40, ton 80 on 196. Yeah, treble 70, treble 19 is no longer the shot, because
94.
that would have left the dreaded 99 finish. And for Charlie, he needs something pretty special now. It has to be almost perfect to win this game now, because Tony's playing great.
$47. Tony require 102.
102 for the match for Tony Wood. $82 left. Is it ball or is it treble 14? It was the bullseye for Wood, and so Large comes back for 133 to save the match.
79 left.
Just double checks of our official, Owen Binks.
62.
79
Tony
remaining, and now 40
133.
remaining if Large doesn't take out the 133.
Yeah, fantastic last start there from Tony Wood. And Tony approaches
85.
the board.
Tony require 40.
This is exactly what he needed to happen today, just to stay involved. Tops. And Wood
Game shot
shows
and
his
the
mettle in a
match.
4-1 victory
Tony
over
Wood.
Charlie Large. Exactly what he needed. very impressive throughout that game was Tony Wood. It's his best average so far at 92.85. The 135 finish being the highlight for Charlie Large. It's all to do. Big game coming up next. Ariane Conterman against Justin Smith.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Tony Wood get it better with Charlie Large by 4 legs to 1, moving himself onto 6 points in the Group C table. Next up for us, well, it's Ariane Conterman against Justin Smith. Now, these are the two players who began the day in second and third spot, respectively. That win for Wood before the interval means that Justin Smith has been bumped down to 4th place for now, but he can move within 2 points of Conterman and create a real fight for that second space in the league table. However, if Ariane Conterman can pick up the points here, he'll move on to 10 points and remove himself 4 points clear of everybody else
81.
in the league standings. It would mean that the top two, Taylor and Conterman, would have put themselves poles apart from the rest of the opposition and would have their destiny pretty much set in their own hands.
85.
We've waited for the performance from Justin Smith, and I feel it has to come in this
46.
game now. I mean, it's interesting. 85 averages, daily averages on Tuesday, Wednesday, 86 yesterday. But you think Justin's playing worse than that.
96.
It just shows he has got the levels there. And I don't know if he knows what we know in the sense that this game is huge. You just feel Ariane
24.
can run on from here. Ariane's got Charlie Large next. He'll feel he's got a good chance in that game.
44.
We're talking about the enigmatic flair that Justin Smith has. He's a little bit of a maverick in that
100.
respect. But with mavericks, you don't know what you're going to get from them. And we've seen, quite simply, every single side of Justin Smith
140.
over the course of the last 4 days.
Apart from his A+ game, his really top game. I was just wondering if Ariane watched
180.
Daniel Dakota last night because he had a difficult time. 76 left, but that's not sitting great. So he could go the 2-19 route. Oh, because that is not sat exactly perfect. He clashes into that.
Yeah, 28 left.
Double 14.
108. Aaron requires 70.
Excellent darts up from Smith. This is where he's been very good, but missing a big number. He's only going to get a dart to bull.
27.
Chance for Smith.
Justin, you require
So
28.
double 14 for 1-0 lead of the breaker throw for the bearded dragon, who looks to breathe fire into his Friday
Game shot on the
affairs, and that's
Thursday.
exactly what he
Justin
does.
Smith.
17 dart breaker throw to kickstart Justin Smith's Friday at the Super Series. Winner of a week back in Series 2.
It's Justin
Looking to do the same in Series 5. As
Game
far
on.
as the odds compilers are concerned, Ariane Conterman, the 4-6 on favourite, whilst Justin Smith can be
100.
placed at what was, I feel, quite a backable 11-10.
If you're not having a bet, remember, please
125.
gamble responsibly. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. But yeah, we've waited all week for Smith to produce this.
100.
And the reason we're making a big issue about this game, if we look at the in-play table, a win for Smith.
140.
And Justin Smith can move to within 2 points of
100.
Ariane Konterman with victory in this one. And it would keep the race tight because Tony Wood will also be in the equation on 6. Cullerton wouldn't be out of it on
97.
4, but he would have to have a big kick towards the end of the day. In fact, the happiest person in this particular scenario is Dom Taylor because he could put himself
59.
in that real nice position of
139.
being 6 points clear with Tony Wood if he can win that game in game 4 and results correlated here. But Konterman's not going to take out the 139. What can Smith do with the 142?
Yeah, Tony Wood will be thinking the next game is the equivalent of what we're seeing with Justin Smith right next. That game with Dom Taylor could define how his day goes. Nice set-up play once again.
102.
Really
And
like that from
80.
Justin Smith. And once again, I was about to say he has this
40. Justin, you require
habit
40.
of not staying straight, just too aggressive on the treble 20. That's for 2-0. We said he needed something special today.
Game's on the second leg.
He'd be
Justin
absolutely delighted
Smith.
at this stage to be 2-0 up. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Justin Smith. Just shy of the 90 average, but very, very solid. 2 from 5 on the outer ring.
Game on.
5 scores of 100 and 1 of 140. This is a great start.
It's 17 going under for Justin Smith. Back-to-back
85.
70s, kickstarting his day.
I suppose, Henry, for the neutral, a Smith win keeps it very interesting because
60.
looking at the table there, a win here for Konterman would have that big separation there. And if Dom Taylor did beat Tony Wood next, Whiting
95.
could be on the wall.
$137.
Just beginning to see some good signs from Justin Smith on this Friday at the Super Series. As for
85.
Konterman, well, he's averaging 84.5 in his present moment in time, but it's just felt like he hasn't had a look in this game thus far.
58.
And that's full kudos to Justin Smith, who once again is trying to put the Konterman throw under pressure.
I wonder if Konterman, he realises the
60.
situation and he's tightened up slightly. Because it is his weakest game for a long time, this.
Well, he's been around the block here at the Super Series for quite a while now. He played in the previous
100.
venue back in Southampton. He then made the transition over to here in Portsmouth. So he knows what this competition's all about. He knows all the intricacies and the tricks and trades.
95. Justin, you require 146.
You did say to me he was susceptible to a couple of bad games, Konterman. This is the 5th time they've played it. Smith looks at 146. That was just too good of a lie.
105.
Once
And
again,
you require
fantastic
81.
setup play. This is not a gimme, 81. Just a little
69.
snatchy for the first time.
Justin, you require
And not
41.
often we've said that about Konterman this week. Big moments for Justin Smith.
It's going to be 2 in hand at double 16 for the double break and a 3-0 lead.
Game's on the third
That
leg.
is a hat-trick
Justin
of
Smith.
17 darters for Justin Smith, and that means an average of 88.41, 50% on the doubling.
Fourth leg, it's
This
Justin to throw
is
first.
consistency
Game on.
with a capital C.
Yeah, and to put it into context, this game, they've played each other 4 times already this week, with wins for Ariane 4-2, 4-0,
84.
4-2. The one solitary win for Justin Smith, 4-3. So to see Justin leading 3-0 here, it's a really big statement to make.
125.
Konterman won't go down without a fight. If Smith's going to win it, he'll have to deserve it.
100.
And I don't know about you, Justin would be the type of player that, should a crowd come in tomorrow night, would absolutely lap it up.
60.
Agree. Nice to see a big crowd.
Scan the QR code and that sends you over to dartshop.tv where you can buy tickets to every single Saturday night in the Super Series in Series 5. up until Champions Week. The date for that,
100.
Saturday, the 5th of November. So remember the 5th of November, because the Super Series will have its Champions Week plot.
99.
Lovely setup play for Justin Smith. I mean, it hasn't been spectacular, but boys, it's been impressive. This is exactly
100.
what I wanted to see from Justin Smith.
Justin requires
He's
78.
2 darts away from a whitewash win.
From a victory which really does open things up in that race for second place. There's 1 dart at tops for
Game
Justin
shot out
Smith
the
to
match.
wrap it up by 4 legs to 0. And that was a real good performance off the bat there from the Bearded Dragon. 317 darters, followed by a 15, means a 4-0 victory and an average in excess of 91. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It is Smith with the points. At the end of round 1, it's all to play for.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we completed a round of fixtures for our Friday afternoon action. And it has been a comprehensive afternoon thus far. 3 games gone and 3 games won as convincingly as you could think. Dom Taylor beating Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 1 to kick off the round. Tony Wood then got the better of Charlie Large by the same scoreline. And before the break, we saw a superb performance from Justin Smith, the Bearded Dragon, who got the better of Ariane Conterman by 4 legs to 0 to set into situ an interesting scenario going into the second round of the day. It is Taylor in action here against Tony Wood. Taylor, the man at the top of the table on 10 points. Victory here against Tony Woods will then put in situ a situation, as you can see there, that would put him 6 points clear of Justin Smith in 3rd place in the table, and would mean realistically it feel like the race would be for second spot, with the Tower beginning to run away with things.
Yeah, Tony Wood has been superb in his first game, and he just seems to have the bit between his teeth right now. This is a tough ask, though, against the also impressive Dom Taylor, but
140.
Tony Wood has to treat this game exactly how Justin Smith did on the last game. This is arguably his biggest game of the Group C campaign so far. He does look a little bit more consistent, Henry, than he was yesterday. A lot of focus in this one.
100.
I just see it's real business today. There's not a lot of laughter next door. There was people meeting each other maybe for a while yesterday. You just sense that each player's really in the zone today.
Just to sum up
90.
the bottom end of the table, we've seen the top 3. Now, the bottom 3, Tony Wood finds himself in 4th position on 6 points, plus 2 in the legs difference column. And then 5th spot, it's Niall Cullerton on 4 points. Now, he's minus 7 on the legs difference, whilst Charlie Large is in bottom spot, having picked up just the 2 points and minus 11 by way of the legs
125.
difference bracket.
Yeah, it makes very interesting. Look, just looking at that table, if Wood can get the better at Taylor, I mean, that's easier said than done. But Dom Taylor, he will feel he's close to
99.
qualification with
Require
victory over Tony.
155.
Worrying signs there for Conterman, though. Is he thinking, and is Justin Smith finally going to produce his best So many questions, so many equations. Please stay with us and let us know your thoughts. Give us a follow on at MSS Darts.
115.
All social media platforms. Happy to discuss anything. And who do you fancy to win the week? Well, Darrell Pilgrim was the guy that set all records this week. Nice setup play here from Taylor. Tony Wood is going to have the
132.
first pop.
Tony required
At a
40.
double.
But isn't this what good players do, what Dom Taylor's just done there? It looks as if he's quiet in a leg and then suddenly has piled the pressure on the pincher.
But what experience it does. He's not fazed by this situation, Tony. It was a shaker,
30.
but that was a little bit wild,
And you
given the
require
big build-up.
40.
For Dom Taylor to be delighted because there was just a bit of concerns there. Tony was finding his mojo.
Game shot on the first leg. Dom Taylor.
Look at the way he leaves his arm out at the end. That's a sign of real confidence. We talk about playing the alpha male
Second
role,
against
just
Dom
letting
to
your
throw
opponent know you
first.
feel
Game
good.
on.
Despite the fact that he is holding on to that shoulder. He's had a bad night's sleep or something.
99.
Had a good 7 hours last night. 6 hours last night, Glenn.
Yes, it was a long day. Very enjoyable day. But there's something special about the Fridays. And when we start seeing
80.
players join Darrell Pilgrim and then you start getting excited for tomorrow night. We see the first start is we see Dom Taylor. That's a really, really technically sound throw.
58.
Just a touch of body movement there if I'm being hypercritical, but he is the real deal. He could... And the only thing I haven't enjoyed so much with Tony, just watch when he pushes that dart, that release of the dart. I've seen Tony be a lot smoother than that when he's dominating the northeast scene. But that's what tension can do.
59.
Getting on that stage and feeling comfortable is easier said than done. That's a really special throw, that. Using his height to the maximum.
99.
Movement with a grip.
Because there's a preconception. I don't know how much truth there is in this, Glenn. You can maybe prove right or prove wrong in this. That for players of Dom's stature and of Dom's height, it's harder because you've got to adjust down. Is that any truth in that, or is that just
45.
a mythical thing that's been made up over time?
I haven't seen what the perfect height is to be a dart player because the greatest of all time was, what, 5'7"? So, you know, Barney's a lot of the Dutch guys are super tall. So I don't think there's anything
105.
scientific about the size. I mean, we've spoken an awful lot about Luke Littler recently, and he's more in the stature of a Phil Taylor height.
Can that be part of the worry, though, with someone like Luke, that he's still going to grow naturally because of his age?
He already looks 42.
180. Dom record 140.
So 140 for Taylor for 2-0.
Well, Luke's a very mature lad. Looking forward to seeing his progress.
65. Tony require 137.
Should start in the 19s. Like I said, Tony's real old school. Because there was the opportunity there. If that goes in, you can then look at a couple of tops. That seems to be the way to go on 137 these days.
99.
And the way to go on
Tony record
75 is quite simple.
75.
Treble 17.
Tops are 2-0.
55.
Just underneath as it presents an
Tony
opportunity
required 38.
for Tony Wood to level up.
Now, Tony had this decision earlier and decided to attack the double 19. Is he thinking of splitting? Well, looking the way his eyes are going there. Yes, he was. He wasn't sure what to do. Seems the
shot
right
on
decision
second
now,
leg.
Tony.
Tony Wood.
It's incredible, Henry, how you can walk to the hockey thinking and knowing you're going for double 19, and
So
right
it's
at the last
Tony to throw
second you
first.
change your mind, and you can
Game
beat
on.
yourself up when it doesn't work out. So in the battle of a 38 finish, it seems by splitting is his best option.
So one apiece in this particular encounter. Now, Glenn was mentioning earlier on the big day in the
81.
development tour, because that's heading towards its culmination, and it will culminate with the World Youth Championship, which is going to be taking place in Milton Keynes on Monday. Now, the top 2 players from that, i.e. the 2 finalists, then playing the final, which will take place between the semi-finals and the finals of the Players' Championship finals in November at Butlins Resort in Minehead. And big news coming out yesterday from the PDC that Butlins have renewed their contract till the end of 2026 to stage both the UK Open and the Players' Championship finals to that particular venue, and a venue which has become a real staple in the darting diet over the last few years.
Yes, I'll be seeing an awful lot over the next 4 months. I've got quite a few gigs there, including the Players' Championship. I'll be doing the fan zone there this year. So looking forward to that, working with Paul Starr, part of our production team here as well. So looking forward to that. A clear sign your career's over when you get the Butlins gig.
Is that Paul Starr off the telly?
Been really impressed with Tony Wood today. Looks super solid, super focused. He was leaving it a little bit late getting here today, but he's had his own preparation. He's his own man, Tony. Full of confidence because he's winning competitions up north. And he's needing every little bit. I just felt he was a little bit wayward yesterday. But this would be a big win over Dom Taylor. He's dictating the pace right now, Henry, and it's not suiting Dom, who's looking all over, losing focus. But Dom should realise he'll learn more from this game than just mashing someone 4-0.
99. Dom, you require 170.
The fish for the tower. Not to be this time. And we saw Dom Taylor take out a 1-2-4 in his opening again against Niall Cullerton. He may get one hit against him here.
134.
But what a layup.
Require 124.
The pincher needs to pinch. He's going to get a chance. I think he'll stay safe on the 14. Didn't even consider the treble. For a darter bull.
99.
He played that so right.
Dom, you require 36.
He played it so right, but he might get the wrong outcome.
Game show on the
because
third
you did
leg.
not expect Dom Taylor to miss free in hand, and he duly doesn't. First time of asking, 13 dart breaker throw for the tower, an average towering above the ton. He leads 2-1. And Tony Wood, despite an average of over 93.5, he has had opportunities. He hasn't been able to take them.
60.
Yeah, you feel Tony's really dropped in pace all of a sudden. He knows he's engaged in the game. Maximum concentration.
42.
And Dom Taylor, like I said, you've got to be versatile. You've got to be adaptable. It's great to be playing these super quick plays all the time. But trust me, Dom, by getting through a game like this, you'll learn so
58.
much more. So much more about yourself, your mindset. You know, standing behind a play for 20-odd seconds. What works for you? Are you better going to the water table? Are you better watching the darts? Look at the floor. Correct your darts.
96.
We're yet to see a real true Rafa Nadal type character in darts, have we? His ritual for every single point. Going Price has got a little bit of that about him as Taylor
180.
notches in a max, where Goen has to have his water cap and water bottle in particular points and positions, but no one's ever gone to the Rafa Nadal extremes yet in darts.
$59.
Yeah, I know Mensa Sulovic, yellow class, and they move things. They've got to have certain changes there, just mannerisms. I think it's when people are working with sports psychologists as well. I don't think it's anything purposely. I think it's just to take your focus away. I mean, I've been trying to reduce my anxiety when I stand on the hockey. I mean, considering I achieved everything I ever wanted to, you know, when I stand there now, there's a real fear about the game. So
96. I mean, requires
really
66.
sad, really. Don't cry though, Henry.
Well, Dom Taylor is hoping to be a happy, shiny person Double 18, now double 9. He's got time on his hands.
Game shot.
And he opens up a 3-1 lead, and he is really looking like that class above in Group C. Average still above a ton. That time of 15 data, a 3-1 lead in his favour.
Game on.
And he could move on to 12 points and 6 points clear of Smith and Wood.
Yeah, he's super impressive. Like I said, them words are used. The kind of things I wanted. I wanted him to do a number on Tony Wood in a sense that I wanted to see what he was like against the slow player. Tony Wood has been fantastic today. He's doing absolutely everything he is, but he's just come up against a real giant in Dom Taylor. And Dom is not far away, I believe, for qualification now. And what an addition he will be on Saturday night.
45.
Well, it looks like the Dom Taylor juggernaut is stopping for absolutely no one in Group C. 12 points to his name. He'll feel like one more will be good enough. One more win, 14 points. Should be the home and hose number.
83.
Cracking last start there for Tony. Looking good for pegging the leg back.
$49.
Well, if Wood wins this game, it'd be the first match of the day that would have gone above 5.5 legs. I know lots of people on the accumulators, those of you tuning in on your preferred bookmaker site will be looking at those particular things. Remember, it is 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter. There might be something just to keep a track of if you are looking at these games in play. There not many are going deep so far today, so if you're looking at a bit of value, it could be potentially in that state today.
Well, it's looking good for 3-2 here. I think Dom Taylor's already thinking of the next leg where he'll have the darts.
$94.
Full of intensity is Tony, isn't he? Very nice, softly spoken, very funny. Off the hockey, but I tell you, he has that real steely determination, doesn't he, when he's up there?
120.
An ironic thumbs up from Taylor, but it leaves himself on a finish.
44.
Good recovery the last dart to do at least that. But Tony Wood, 44 for 3-2. It's the Acapulco shot. But he's not going to find 4 tops. Can he find the double 10?
Game shot.
Indeed he can. Back to 3-2. And Dom Taylor has the darts now to complete the job.
6 leg, it's Dom to throw first. Game on.
Biggest 3 darts of the match for me. You just sense that intensity from Dom for these 3 darts. Just getting that balance 58. That you don't try too hard. And Tony doesn't watch any dart. And 58 with music to his ears. He can find a ton 40 maximum here. Does he then become favourite?
$100.
Well, looking at the live in plays, Dom Taylor still 2-11, Tony Wood 7-2.
$85.
Tony Wood is that stereotypical scrapper, isn't he? You're not going to get anything for free from him.
He's your mercurial match player. We mentioned the example of Robert Wickwood yesterday, didn't we? What's your average? I lost.
40.
And Tony Wood kind of comes from that sort of mentality that a win's a win. I mean, he was disappointed with the middle portion of yesterday. And he felt as if the way he played wasn't as to how he feel he can perform on this particular stage. But as far as he's concerned, he's embracing every single aspect of this opportunity. And he just wants to get through however he can get through.
I think Dom will be surprised at his average when he sees this. If he can see out this leg, I think he thinks it's worse than what it actually is. And what he's got to realise is he's in a real battle.
121.
And Wood is going nowhere. 6 starts from 218 is the plan. 2 trebles would be nice. Building down.
60.
Too far down. Leaves himself on a finish, though. But this is a big visit for Tony Wood. Couple of trebles here. Not that one. But a couple of treble 20s would have, for him, favored to send us all the
30.
way. And now it is in the hands of Dom Taylor. 158 for the match. 6 from here.
Yes, when you're involved in that match and then you get a moment where you think, right, now it's time. And you could just see Dom assess the situation there.
98.
And that last dart there for me is the real killer dart. 2 darts away from 12 points. Chattering away to himself. He hasn't played bad today. Big improvement in yesterday.
95.
He's just up against a very special
Dom requires
talent.
60.
For the match and to move himself on to 12 points in the group. And to make it 2 from 2. Once again to begin a day for Dom Taylor. Double 10.
Game.
And Dom Taylor picks up a 4-2 success.
Dom Taylor.
Solid when he had to be. Punished Tony Wood when he had to. And he moves on to 12 points in the group with a 95.5 average and 407 on the finishing. So he's in command of proceedings now. And after the break, Justin Smith looking to claw himself onto 8 points against Niall Cullerton.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
A little bit of a break, but I think you were onto something for someone like Kist who can then... Oh.
Well, that's different. That flight needs replaced. How has he done that?
Did it go through the fight and then have a bounce out?
106.
All happened a little bit too
The
quick.
setup here is absolutely fantastic. The guys look after you really well. It's a cult. Send money. They won't let me go.
Require 132.
When your judgment can be clouded in the battle and emotion, but the champagne shots.
Game shot on the third
absolutely
low.
majestic from Barry Vampire, the 132.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm joined up on the balcony by the debut man, Robbie King. Robbie, first of all, many congratulations. I don't often get a fist bump up here, first and foremost, but...
Both of the Swiss players in his sights in the next 4 games.
What was that song? All I want to do is have some fun. Oh, hello! Hello! That bounced down in!
180.
That's a miracle, Max! And bonus question, what's your favourite dance move?
My favorite dance move, I would call it, it's something I do, I call it the slide, where you just slide your feet and then you slide to the left and you slide to the right. So I call it the slide.
Down, and more bad news.
Reese does not take 120 out. Oh, he's gone for 3 tops again. Can it work?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh,
Reece
wow,
Robinson.
what a time to do it.
I've always had an aura of greatness around me ever since I was born. They always knew it was something about Reece Robinson. They've been speaking about me for years now.
And now you are the winner of the week. I'm going to take that mic if that's okay with you.
3-5. She'll start on the bullseye. And she's left it pretty open. Oh, absolutely divine darts from Fallon Sherritt.
They're out. Australia are out. Scenes here at the Gabba.
Well, it's time for tea. As you can see, England and Australia, as always, in good spirits. It won't end that way a little bit later on, I can gather and imagine. And England,
Jared Cole, you've let the country down.
like always in the Ashes, have come so close, but it is Australia who retain the Ashes. It is they who will hold the
Australia.
urn aloft.
140.
And I hold no apologies after 1.5 legs of doing this. You can shout at me if you want. Shot me your tweet saying I can't believe he's put an average up after 1 leg.
Hold on. Keep it up. Keep it up. Have a look at this. Oh, this is special. This is really, really special.
Might require 81.
I'm going to turn that off to keep him quiet.
But maybe now he really does truly fancy the job here at the Super Series. I think Worsley's just hit a 9 darter on his practice. Well, I say 9 darter.
First leg,
180, 180 in the
first.
1.1.
Game on.
Yeah, just be nice to win something like this to get a bit of icing on the cake that I keep eating. That's the only thing I would like, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, darts is darts, and once it becomes part of your life, it is your life almost, so. But, yeah, just want a bit of a cherry on the top. That's all I'm asking. Please, just a cherry.
Ball. 11.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Lou Littler.
What more can be said? That is classic. Or should I say, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, about a 16-year-old boy.
6th leg, it's Colin to
That's
throw
vintage
first.
Luke
Game
Littler.
170. Advantage call.
Lovely darts. Lovely finish. Jared Cole has been struggling on the doubles throughout the day.
How the dart landed there. And we left this on purpose with a big 14. Was this the reason? Oh, yes, it was the reason. He can't buy a double all week, he's thinking. So I'm going to hit a big fat 14, leave a 170, and I'm going to smash it in. It's Jared Cole who's looking really good at this start. Surely not. That
shot on the first
is a
leg.
hat-trick
Cole.
of 170 finishes.
Fallon is flying.
180.
The best may still be to come. A maximum to kick off what she hopes is the last
45.
leg of the night. How about another one? Oh, it bounced off the barrel.
140.
But still she finds 5 out of 6 placed perfectly in the treble 20.
180.
Jenkins shows what he can do too. Just hasn't shown enough of it this evening. Fallon Sherrick has shown plenty, and what a way this could be to end the night.
145.
Well, no 9 darter, but she could finish with a 10. And the performance of the group could be saved for the very last
44.
match.
Fallon, you require 36.
It's
Game,
fabulous
shots, and
from
the
Fallon
match.
Sherrick.
Fallon Sherrick.
That is it for Robert Rickwood. Again, those awkward darts covering the bed. Rickwood probably thinks this is going in. You get into that mode where you're expecting what a dart for Charlie Large.
A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180.
Incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180.
it doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
Is this the third time he's done this
57.
week?
Steve, you require
done it more than that.
141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Game shot on the
Steve
first
West.
leg.
He's promised
Steve
it all week.
West.
And he's the first person not called Conor Heenahan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth. He's not far away from qualification. He's 1 dart away.
Game
And that was
shot
it.
on the first leg.
We've got our first man checkout of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
You've got to remember, all the players watch this, they'll be fully aware of, oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game
He is bringing these fans to their feet. It's double five. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against.
Your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Bye, guys. See you all later.
Well, we'll have a little trip down memory lane before we get to the good stuff. There was almost a bit of a rivalry between us when I first started, but what a lot of people don't know, that me and you used to meet up in Bedminster twice a week and used to put me through the ringer. And you never really, at that time, a known great player in the west of England and in the West Country, but you really didn't have any aspirations back then to even think about turning pro, because I used to drive you mad.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a pat on the back at the time when you asked me to come and practice with you, and all those years ago. And yeah, I think we had some good tear-ups. And again, you said, when you're going to do it, Dubs? When you're going to do it? And at the time, I just thought that you were traveling, you were leading the way, you were traveling around the world. But basically, I saw it just to get into the embassy, and I thought it was a bit of false economy at the time. You may say different. I know you had some great wins and some brilliant TV stuff, and that was my thinking. I didn't really think it was financially viable for me at the time, and me and Mason just relaxed and just take it in my stride, and I wasn't that bothered.
Yeah, because the name Dubbridge, for those from the West Country, synonymous with the sport of darts. And your father, like my father, are mad at the game, but your dad was really a fabulous player, wasn't he?
Yeah, both our dads, played for the West of England together. My dad's got a very good name in the West Country. Also, my sister played for the West of England. We all played together at one point. It was really exciting as a family. And my sister went on to play for Devon. Obviously, my brother-in-law Dean was a cracker. He used to play money matches. Bit of a legend. We know him well.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we got a good name. We got a good name.
And of course, the connection was the House of Darts. Your uncle Peter and Eddie Norman, who were huge in the world of darts, the biggest exporter of darts in the 70s and 80s, and they both played a massive part in our careers, because we'd sort of go into the shop on Gloucester Road, or can we try those? Can we try that? I think I had every set of darts that were out on sale.
Yeah, the same. All the new stuff used to come out. And Pete Smith used to work for him. He'd say, try these flights, try these shafts, try these darts. And we used to go out there, and they were great. Pete and Eddie Norman, obviously. What was the flights they come out with?
Penn.
Penn. A lot of people don't know Penn darts is Pete and Eddie Norman.
That's right.
The biggest seller of dart flights
around
ever.
around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we both went on, played county darts in the 90s together. But we also played for a guy called Gary Pinker, who was almost like the Alex Ferguson of darts, wasn't he? He was ruthless, the most ruthless captain I ever played under.
Oh yeah, if you were Alphabet in Bristol and you were out of work, he'd give you a job, but you had to turn up on a Monday night for him, and a Tuesday night, and whatever night he wanted you to play. But Gary done a lot for darts in Bristol, loads for both of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
He travelled with me first PDC event to Kilmarnock. First time he'd been on a plane, I think, after all those years, and it was a bit of fun, because we went up to Kilmarnock, ended up on the train, and he's gone to sleep, and I was thinking, don't go asleep, can't miss a stop, and I was trying to keep my eyes open because we flew early. got to Kilmarnock, got off the train, and there was one of those metal barriers. The train couldn't go any further. so I could have gone to sleep.
Yeah, I moved away in the late 90s, and then I can remember being at home thinking, oh, the World Masters is on. 2002, I think it was the quarterfinals. Pops up Mark Durbridge, and that was your launch into the big time darts.
Yeah, well, it was a case of qualifying through. I think actually Mike Jeffries could have qualified through, and he let me play to get through to the finals, and I'd already done one PDC tournament. And I said to my wife at the time, Gina, I said, look, I'm going to go to the World Masters for a bit of practice, but I want to play in the PDC. What was it called then, the PDC in those days?
WDC.
WDC. I said, I want to come out in the smoke. So I rocked up at Bridlington, no expectations, and won it on the BBC. So, yeah, that was, it was a good time.
And then, of course, you went on and you didn't chase that embassy route. You went straight into playing some PDC events, which you excelled in, picked up titles, won a UK Open qualifier, beat me on the way. I won't forget that one.
Remember that one, mate.
And then, well, finals of the match play, finals of the World Championships. What can you remember about that? Because it was a whirlwind period from 2002 until 2004 and 5.
Yeah, it was a couple of years where I just didn't feel like I'd miss, really, apart from obviously our friend Phil Taylor. Yeah, I wasn't winning everything, but I was at the latter stages of tournaments, and I kind of had this ability at the beginning of the year to sort of smash it out of the park and put myself into TV events. Which Andy Jenkins always used to remind me about. How do you do it at the beginning of the year, you know? But it's all history now. It's something I look back on fondly. Yeah, probably underachieved in that period, really. But I'm still proud of myself.
That problem of not being able to go to bed, and it might be a Bristol thing. I'm not sure.
Well, that's how we were brought up.
The final of the Worlds led 2-1, trailed 3-2. Got it back to 3-3. People, sort of modern viewers of the game, won't remember how tight that was in the early stages of finals. And then at that time, Taylor was just obliterating everybody.
Yeah, he was so dominant, and we were going away to tournaments with Phil, and all the top players, Lloydie, Wayne Mardell, they're looking at the draw and saying, "Oh, thank God we're in the other half. Might get to the final." I mean, that's how dominant he was. But I wasn't scared of him. I suppose it was just timing. I wanted to play against the best. I wanted to be tested, and I wanted to see how far I could go in the game. And I was keen in those days.
And of course, all of that led to you being included in the very first Premier League on Sky Sports. It must have been an amazing experience. And I have to say, you were very, very unlucky. You missed out on the playoff spot by just 1 point.
Yeah, well, I was getting married on the last night. I was getting married on the Sunday. And, I rocked out. I think I had to win one game out of maybe Peter Manley and somebody else. And, Dick Alex came up to me, he said, all these players drinking, you should try this new thing, Red Bull. Well, what's that? It was an energy drink. And I must have had about 10 Red Bulls. And I got up on the stage and I was shaking like a leaf. And I thought, what is going on here? So that was every day's a school day, and that was a big school day for me.
Yeah, I should imagine. And unfortunately for you, a little bit like me, I suffered with a tennis elbow problem, which restricted the amount I could practice and the pain. You actually went on to have a couple of operations. So 2010, one on the elbow, one on the shoulder.
Yeah, around about that time, I was trying everything. I couldn't keep my arms straight, and it just got worse and worse and worse to the point where I think we were playing in Birmingham, and after I got beaten, I said, that's it. I said, I can't throw. And it took a lot of years to. I think because I never played for a couple of years, it's just settled down, and my arm's starting to go straight again. And I said to a good friend of mine, Lawrence Dowding, who looks after me in Southampton. He said we want to look after you. Get you sponsored. I said, look, if my arm can go straight, then I'll compete again, and it's as simple as that. And every now and then they go straight now.
Yeah, and like me, we've been given a new lease of life with the introduction of the World Seniors, which I know is something that you've absolutely loved playing in, and it's give you that sparkle back. I can see a bit of the old flash back there, because you are a big-time stage player. You prefer to, like most people like me, would rather be out the way playing in the corner of a pub.
I doubt that, Chris.
You love getting up there, don't you, on the big
stage?
Yeah,
I've loved the seniors events. I've been in the TV events. Obviously, I've been doing some stuff on the tour as well. I'm trying to support that, which is great, because a lot of the pros on the seniors aren't really going to the tour events. So, you know, I'm getting a bit of a pat on the back from my peers. They're saying it's great to have you here. You're supporting it. And, yeah, hopefully it's going to grow for both of us. And, yeah, I'm excited.
It's tough, isn't it?
It's not, yeah, it's not as easy as what people think. I rocked up to the first one. I thought, you know, no problem here. And, yeah, I was out.
Yeah, I did. I went to the first one on the Friday night. I beat Colin McGarry in the fight. We had a fabulous game. And then on the Saturday after, out first round, Sunday out first round. I thought, wow, this is tough.
Yeah, yeah, and it's going to get tougher. I mean, John Henderson rocked up last week. Or 2 weeks ago, you know, this kind of players that are coming off the tour now is not going to get any easier. So, it's exciting for us oldies.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that I've looked at, and like I say, I'm the same. I try to support it as much as possible, and it's given me a little twinkle, I think. And it hurts when you lose. Well, you know, if you care, because if it doesn't hurt when you lose, then you don't care.
No, exactly. Yeah, it does hurt, and. But it's also, it's a little bit like years ago. It's a bit of fun as well. It's not so much, you know, the Pro Tour is pressure over pressure. You know, you're playing for your living. You know, if you don't win, you don't get any money. And, you know, I'm back working now. I've got interest in a few things. And it's a bit of fun. And you can really let your arm go, and you know, a few results that I've had and a few sort of games I've had have shown that.
Yeah, we've been, I don't know whether they're doing it on purpose, but we've been on route to meet, and it's not quite worked out.
No, thank God.
No, exactly, yeah, because that would be carnage. Well, it's been absolutely delightful to see you as always, Dubs. Love spending time in your company, and good luck here at the Super Series.
And the same for you, Mace.
Cheers, pal.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Apologies for the slight delay in play, a slight technical issue, but it has now been resolved, and I hope you enjoyed the little treats that we showed you instead. But now it's going to be back to the live action in just a couple of minutes' time. I'll show you the results so far today, just to recap what happened before that slight break. So Dom Taylor winning both of his fixtures so far, 4-1 against Cullerton, 4-2 against Tony Wood. Tony won the Large Wood match against Charlie Large, 4-1, and Justin Smith, a 4-0 winner against Ariane Conterman. The table now looks like this. Taylor looking very good to qualify at the top on 12 points, 4 clear of Conterman, and 6 crucially clear of third place Justin Smith, who is just behind me completing his practice starts for his meeting with Niall Cullerton. So without further ado, we will resume the action in the company of our commentary team, Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you again, Chris. And so here we go again at the Super Series. Justin Smith against Niall Cullerton is game 5 of our afternoon session. Justin Smith already in the winner's enclosure, winning that big top of the table battle against Ariane Konterman by 4-0. As for Niall Cullerton, who is nursing a little bit of an injury, was 4-1 to Dom Taylor in his opening match. These two good friends both on and off the hockey.
Yes, four times they've played each other already, Henry.
First leg, it's Niall to throw first.
Surprisingly,
Game on.
The man coming to the board first was leading 3-1 in the head-to-head. Wins a 4-1 and then a 4-1 victory for Justin Smith before Niall won 4-1 and 4-2 the past 2 days. So you'd have to say on the head-to-head, Niall Cullerton would be favoured for this game, but the way Justin Smith seems to have found his form and style.
180.
Well, the odds compilers had Niall Cullerton at 11-10, Justin Smith 4-6, and it is the bearded dragon who gets off to a perfect start in this one.
And interesting enough, Ariane Konterman's been sat in second place, and they can see the league table throughout the process. And there's a real opportunity if Justin Smith can get through this game, which has proven difficult this week.
100.
He will go into second place, might be for a short time because Ariane Konterman will be up next against Charlie Large, but it just could be that little thing to make Ariane think. That's exactly
57.
how Justin wanted the day to go so far.
$41. Justin, you're 164.
Yeah, the fact the injury for Niall is on his non-throwing leg, if that makes sense. That
100.
back leg, that tripod, as I call it, for your balance. But still will be in discomfort. But thrown very, very nicely.
Justin requires 64.
And Smith will be looking at the 16s bed for 2 darts at 8-8.
48.
He's looked good today, but now Cullen will have a chance to hold his throat.
He's going to get 2 at top, so 1-0.
Game shot.
Only needs the 1.
Niall Cullerton.
And Cullerton is in front, 17 data for him. Justin Smith had 3 of them en route to that 4-0 success against Ariane Konterman.
Second leg is
Justin Cullerton, who is
first.
17, going under in this one. Smith for the darts in leg 2. And I just wonder whether you've been involved in a scenario similar to this, where for whichever reason there's been a little bit of a delay to proceedings and that your original start time has been pushed back, and what that can mean in terms of how you prepare and how you go back.
Well, I think it happens on a daily basis in a sense that, you know, let's look at the World Seniors in a few weeks' time. I'm booked in for 10 o'clock. But if one of the games goes 8-7, 9-7, etc., all of a sudden you're playing at 10:30, you're playing at 11 o'clock. So that's why if you ask many of the dart players, I was sat with Scott Mitchell on Tuesday, who's got the 1 o'clock slot, and he knows for sure he's playing at 1 o'clock. So, you know, you've got to sort of factor in for everything, but it can have an issue with your concentration. I mean, when you're planning to start playing a game, you know, your process starts maybe 10 minutes before. When you put heavy practice in, you start going through your drills that you do prior to getting onto the stage. And
58.
That can be affected, but how many times have we used that word? You've got to adapt to situations, and that's what these two need to do. And it's just a strange situation, this
92.
one, Henry, where Justin Smith, the biggest problem he has is the head-to-head with Niall. He just seems to play his better game against Justin.
Certain players bring the best out of certain people.
$55. Now we require 160.
I'll never be convinced when he's under that treble and he doesn't use the 19s, because he's so effective on it as well.
60. Justin, you require 134.
Lucky there from Cullerton. Well thrown darts, but just missing the treble. 74 left, so options. Such the perfect dart. I think he wanted to stay there.
Double 16. That would have been absolutely spectacular, and that would have been some way to have announced his arrival in this match. Cullerton looking for another ton finish. This is how he won the first leg. This time he's looking for tops,
80.
And he wasn't too far away.
Justin, you require 16.
I think I heard Ariane Konterman shouting that. Would be a big victory for both Niall and Ariane if he can get through this game now. But that's much better. This is the Justin Smith we've been searching for. He's been very mature this week. I mean, had a couple of issues on Monday, and that's what I was expecting from him. But to be fair, since then, he's been the ultimate professional, hasn't he?
96.
We often see on Friday in Group C a player just claw themselves right into the mix, and Justin Smith may well be the player doing exactly that. As he fires in his second max of the match. And when that throw is all at one with each other, it really is a thing of beauty.
180.
Now the maxes are raining down. Carry on, Justin. Carry on. Oh, it's back to back. Darrell Pilgrim has already done it this week.
141.
Can Justin Smith double down on nines? Not this time.
105.
Absolutely sensational dart to Justin Smith, and there was even a bit of a gasp there in the players' area too. I think they were willing every dart to go in there. I was just sitting back 49. And enjoying the magnificence that is Justin Smith. He really has come to the fore today. Frustrated he hasn't been like this the rest of the week.
Justin Smith.
Well, like you said, he's just going through the gears. He was as little as first gear on Monday, but second, third.
Justin
just beginning to put those afterburners on, and Arian Contamari will be getting a little bit nervous because the in-play table, which will try and keep you fully updated of the situation, if it was to end right now, and look at the legs difference there, that will increase if he wins this game. For the first time, Conterman is not in a qualifying position.
He's being edged out of P2. He takes on Charlie Large in the game that follows this.
100.
The Justin Smith average ticking to just below a ton now.
119.
Cullerton has been absolutely fantastic in this game as well, much to the frustration of Justin Smith, you feel. Yeah, no
40.
reaction. No petulance, no throwing his arms about, no shaking his head. And that's to be applauded and commended.
100.
Well, this would be a fourth max of the match. Scoring like a dream. Playing like a dream. And it may well be a dream start for Justin Smith. If he convert the 81, he'll put himself 3-1 up. And on the cusp of two convincing victories to start his day. Double nine. Absolutely superb. That's a 15-darter for Justin Smith. It's a 3-1 lead for Justin Smith. 4 maximums, an average just underneath a ton.
Fifth leg gets Niall to throw first. Game on.
He's actually won the last 2 legs in the space of 25 darts.
I thought you were going to say 25 seconds. That's how it feels. It's just got a
60.
lovely feel to this game. Two guys who've seen each other 5 times now this week. Whatever happens in this match, Cullen will have the better head-to-head. And Cullen's played his part in a fantastic game so far. He's seeing that treble 20 very, very nicely.
140.
Well, these are Justin Smith's legs won today. He's had a 10, he's had 2 15s, he's had 3 17s. Actually, the worst leg he's won so far today is a 20-dart leg.
I mean, Justin Smith is used to qualifying for Saturday nights. He knows what he has to do. You correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but he's got a 100% record of reaching a Saturday night. It'll be frustrating for him not to see him there. He's doing absolutely
56.
everything he can to chase down Arian Contam, and you feel that Dom Taylor's going to be just too much. You can't see him losing 2 games. Expect him to get another couple of more wins because he just feels like he's the class above, and just feel like there's a real fight between the Dutchman and the Welshman.
We said all week that at some point we expected the Will Justin Smith to come to the party, and today is most certainly feeling as if it's the case. And if this is a dry visit from Cullerton, well, he just looks at the scoreboard, he glances across and he wonders how, what and why, because he is handed the game now on a platter to Justin Smith.
85.
Big fine last up.
Absolutely, Henry, because he's just shown a lot of maturity today, and maybe trying to think of other words I'm trying to say, but I've been very, very impressed with Justin Smith. He could have
80.
easily had his head go
Justin
down
McCoy,
because of this maverick style. Yeah, he's 101 points away from being sat in second position.
38.
Disappointing last act. Even the 25 there would have been a nice setup. This is still in the balance.
24. Justin requires 63.
Best case scenario, should at least get a dart for the match from here. He's going to get 2 at double 12. And it's a 4-1 victory for Justin Smith as he makes a real march now in Group C. 8 points plus 8 legs difference. He's only conceded 1 leg so far today. A 93-34 average, 4 out of 8, and 10 darts are in there as well. Smith beating Cullerton by 4 legs to 1. Ariane Konteman looking to respond against Charlie Large next.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we've just witnessed a real masterclass from Justin Smith. A big 4-1 victory, the most highest average of the day, just a super mature performance. It puts the pressure on the man in your picture there, Ariane Konteman, who's been in second place and a qualifying place.
First leg is Charlie.
Much of yesterday and much of today.
Game on.
And he's just witnessed that second place go. Can you respond against the luckless Charlie Large, who's having a difficult campaign? He has got it in the locker. He had a big win against top of the table Dom Taylor yesterday. You'd have to fancy this man, but all of a sudden the pressure, how is he going to handle that?
57.
It's a different type of pressure now. It's a chasing pressure for Ariane Konteman. And he's
42.
seeing Justin Smith from the rearview mirror just begin to motor away into the sunset. And he's got to find a response in this particular match.
135.
Yeah, they're very two low scores from Charlie. You could just see, give Ariane a real lift. And see his opponent struggling. And any tension on nerves that you have there can be diminished very quickly when you see that. And that score of 135 from Ariane. He's found the treble again.
140.
He's sprinted out the traps.
57.
Oh, Charlie's been left in the gate.
$60.
And so Konteman's going to be first to a finish upon his return. 109 is what he's looking for. He's got all the time that...
42. Only record 109.
he could possibly want to complete this opening leg. He's going to come back.
93.
And he's going to come back for free at double 8.
Well, maybe thought the tension would have come from Ariane in this game, but it's Charlie who's
130.
finally found a treble. You can see the sarcastic smile.
No score.
And I'll tell you what, we've talked about the
Johnny
picture, we've talked about
143.
players burgling legs. This would be the biggest of them all, because Charlie just did not start this match at all.
Wouldn't even be a robbery, it would have been a heist.
96.
The double 8 for Continent for an opening leg break and to lead 1-0. Gets there in the end. Fourth time of asking. Continent leads large by a leg to 0.
Second against Arian to throw first. Game on.
I was going to say, I wonder what Charlie thinks of that, but the picture paints 1,000 words.
44.
He just needs to lift himself up. He looks like he's not enjoying the experience.
96.
I'd really like to see him self-motivate himself. I remember Lewis Gurney was here last time, and I wanted just to see a little bit more from him, and we saw him really lift himself. And it feels like the same with Charlie a little bit. It just all feels very hard work.
43.
But it must be the hardest feeling in the world, Glenn, when you're going onto a stage and the experiences that you know more often than not in recent times is losing. That must be a difficult hurdle to overcome.
Yeah, it's because this is probably not how he's practicing, and he's probably bamboozled. Then he'll produce darts like that, and that's why every dart has to go with real application. And I think that's what Ariane does very, very well.
96.
He doesn't look the most natural, fluid player in the world, is Continent, but every dart is thrown with real gusto, and that has to be a
59.
Something, a real strength for him.
138 for a 2-0 lead, and this time Large has kept chase. And he's going to get a go at the 164 to level up at 1 apiece and to get the break back. Not to be, and so Continent's going to come back for 47 to double his advantage and to put him halfway towards the victory post. It's going to be double top for Continent. It's going to be 2-0 to Continent, and in 4 minutes pretty much flat as well.
So look, it's Charlie to throw first.
Yeah, we spoke to Charlie yesterday, and he said he's dropping a lot of darts
48.
underneath the treble 20 and treble 19. Seem to correct that an awful way. That's where he wants to be, just above, so you can feed off that first dart.
60.
You'll have to work out why he's doing that. But when he pushes the dart through, when he's snapping that arm through,
99.
look real better. But when you see them darts and they're just about reaching the dartboard, I think that's where his problem lies. Whereas
180.
Ariane, when he gets his timing right, looks as good as anybody.
Now, crucially for Continent, it's not so much the points, of course, that's important to put him ahead of Justin Smith, but if it comes down to legs difference, Smith has really got his boots on in that particular department. He's now up to +8. He's now better off on the legs 1 ratio as well than Ariane Continent. And so that could well be a big determining factor at the end of proceedings here.
Yeah, I think the fixtures have fell nicely for Ariane. He's got Charlie here in his next games against Niall Cullerton, where he'll have a big game, couple of big games at the end of the day, but he might have the points on the board. That's what you want.
180.
He knows where the treble 20 is. He can beat any player here this week. Charlie needs something special. He might go treble 16 here. You just feel one clattering of that dart. And that would have left the bullseye, so that's unlucky there, but it just felt that that first dart wasn't sitting.
And you're required 24.
Double 12 for 3-0. Double 6.
80.
Inside. Large comes back for 2-1.
57.
It is tops for 2-1. First one bends the wire. The second one finds its way in. And Charlie Large brings it back to 2-1. And Ariane Continent has the darts for 3-1, having had the opportunity to go 3-0 up in this match.
To throw first. 132.
Like a flick of a switch, Arian is all over the place all of a sudden. And that was Charlie's chance for a real spark.
42.
Now, Charlie Large is here at the Super Series on what is Development Tour weekend, and the first of those
58.
events of the weekend have just finished, and it is the Austrian Rusty Jake Rodriguez who is our first victor of the weekend there, getting the better of the German Dominik Grulich by 5 legs to 3
58.
in that particular final. So many congratulations to Rusty Jake. Remember, all eyes will be on the World Youth Championship, which takes place on Monday.
100.
The final 2 will be playing down for a spot in the finale, which will take place in November. And of course, the big question mark here is who's going to qualify
57.
for Week 2 finals night. We know Del Pilgrim's going to be there.
It was looking a one-sided game at one point in this match.
125.
Arian's taking control of this 4th leg. We'd be frustrated that it wasn't 3-0. You can see what Charlie
57.
feels of every single dart he's thrown.
$84. $57. And your corner 102.
So 102 for Konterman for a 3-1 lead and to put himself right on the
62.
brink of victory. He's going to leave himself tops to do exactly that.
$100. And you require 40.
So it's tops for Konterman. It's
Game's on
3-1
the 4th
Konterman,
leg.
and he's
Arian
leg
Konterman.
away from victory. Larger of the darts to stay in this tungsten tussle.
5th leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on. $60.
How would you assess Charlie Large then? I think you know him a lot more than I do. I've sort of seen him for the 2nd time only. Anything you would
59.
sort of say to him or advise, suggest, recommend?
I mean, sometimes
81.
just try and go with the flow a little bit. This is a tough environment to play in, and he's got such a good A game. And I've seen him outside of here
134.
at other local competitions and things like that. And the talent he's got is in abundances. I just hope he can take the positives of the
57.
game time that he's got on this stage and almost look at what's happening around him as a guide of where he can then improve, because he's the sort of player, I think, if we see here 5 or 6 times, we will see him get to how he and where he wants to get to eventually.
133.
I'm not so sure about the flight, stem, length of the dart combo.
140. Jolly Roger,
Sensational darts and combo. This has
170.
been professional. It's going to take a big one. He's done it before on this stage.
But not this time. And so Arian Konterman
87.
to
Only
complete the
required
job
28.
wants double 14 for a 4-1 victory.
Game
And 4-1 it
shot
is
on the
to Arian
match.
Konterman, who
Arian
puts
Konterman.
himself into 2nd place on 10 points, getting the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to 1, doing so over 90 average. Konterman 4, Large 1.
Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series on this Friday afternoon, where the remaining players are trying to book their places in finals night. Daryl Pilgrim made it on Wednesday, winning Group A, and the 11 players left are all battling it out across 2 sessions today, and we are in the midst of Group C. Here's what's happened so far before we joined viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. Dom Taylor, the only player to actually win a match while throwing first. He's won 2 matches as well, which means he's pulling further clear at the top of the table. But those 5 breaks of throw have seen wins for Wood, Smith, Taylor, Smith again, and Arian Conterman. And that means in the table that Justin Smith is really hot on the heels of the top 2, just 2 points behind Conterman, who in turn is 2 points behind Taylor. Still plenty to play for in this group, and Smith is back in action next, looking to leapfrog Conterman once again into second spot. He takes on Tony Wood, who's played some more than decent darts himself over the course of the last couple of days, but Smith has been sublime so far today. Will the Bearded Dragon make his way through to the top 2? We're going to find out over the next 3 hours or so, and I will hand you to our commentary team, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 6 games down for our afternoon session, and still plenty to be decided, and a lot could be decided in this next game. Justin Smith can put himself back in front of Arian Conterman into second place if he can get victory against Tony Wood. A defeat which would probably, well, ultimately end his hopes of qualification. But a win for Wood would put him onto 8 points alongside Justin Smith and put him right on the brink.
Yeah, it's not the ideal game for Justin Smith, because Tony's a wily old character and he's played really well today, Tony Wood. He could have easily have won 2 games, but he did come up against the super impressive Dom Taylor, who's dominating this group, to be fair. He's been a lot more consistent despite that small one there yesterday. It was a little bit hitty-missy.
62.
From the Northeast Gateshead, and arguably the Northeast #1 at the moment, up against Justin Smith, who we have waited 5 days to see the brilliance from him. We're big fans here in the comms box of Justin Smith. A real maverick, a real flair player. But has he left it just a little bit too late, because Arian Conterman put on a terrific performance there to beat the luckless Charlie Large. And I think Arian will like his next game. The fact he's playing Niall Cullen, who's also struggling in this group. I don't know about you, Henry, but sometimes the way the fixtures come out just suit certain players.
54.
Arian could be very, very close very, very soon.
Well, it's a bit like a football team's fixture list. You look at your first 6, you look at your last 6, and you hope that those fixtures correspond to games that you like in certain orders. And there's some players that say, well, we don't really look at the schedules, we just play what's in front of us. But when you get to a Friday here, the Super Series, you microscopically analyse every game that you're playing 100. And when you are playing it.
Yeah, in relation to the football, I used to look at the opening game, the final game, Boxing Day, New Year's Day, and my birthday. Yeah, absolute clash of styles here.
Doesn't record 147.
Tony will dictate the pace because he's just a little bit slower than the other 5 players. But Justin has shown a lot of maturity. If you
97.
Just join us on Sporty Stuff. He's a bit of a character where he can have his heart on his sleeve and just not give an awful lot to himself. It's never doubted the quality of the player, his skills and his attributes, but I've sort of doubted his mindset at times. But this week he's been
50.
Very, very impressive in difficult circumstances from his used to qualifying. Darts like that, could we still see him here on Saturday night?
And 17 dart legs have been around the base for Justin Smith today.
Tony to throw.
In fact, that's the 4th time he's had one of them today. We know what we're going to get. We're going to get 5.5 visits from him. So players roughly know what they need to do to win a leg against him, you feel.
41.
Throw looks really smooth.
100.
His worst start is when he's just gone under the treble 20. So I don't mind him missing just above because he can feed off them darts. And I think that's the big difference. That's where Justin doesn't want to be, as Tony demonstrated there for me. And it would make sense to go downstairs 59. In that situation. He did. But still trebleless. Chance for Smith.
100.
Good ton there from Justin Smith. An exchange from him in this particular leg.
Yeah, I used to always like a leg of darts, ton, 101 finish. It's a special way to do a game of darts. Just keeping it very, very simple. That'll be on his mind, believe it or not.
$140.
Not now. Oh no, he wouldn't mind a 12, would he? 161 to do that and a 2-0 lead. We're going to get the break of throw against Tony Woods, and we'll see if he's set to have that luxury of time. He is going to get the luxury of time. He's going to get at least 6 and 161 to do exactly that.
41. Justin 161.
Yeah, a couple of games time could be very, very important. Ariane will play Niall Cullerton, and Justin Smith will play Dom Taylor. But if he's still involved at that stage, he has an easier run-in than Ariane.
And let's not completely write Dom Taylor's name inscribed into Saturday night's final, because if Smith wins this one, Conterman beats Cullerton and Smith beats Taylor, you got 3 players on 12 points. And Smith goes for the 66 for a 2-0 lead and went for the bull with Wood not on a finish. And so double 16
game
for 2-0 lead, break of throw.
Smith.
It's a 15 darter. Justin Smith is looking oh so reliable.
Let's play devil's advocate here. If he doesn't qualify today,
to throw first.
Justin Smith, the way he's playing right now, he's arguably the best player in this group, the way he's playing right at this moment. He'd be frustrated, won't he, that he didn't do it earlier in the week.
I'll be bitterly disappointed.
And if you're joining us for the first time this week, he openly admitted he wasn't practicing an awful lot, didn't go to the Challenge Tour last week that many of the players this week did. And he's come in here, and we did make in the opening statement that he could play himself into form. And right now, he's looking as good as anybody.
But if he qualifies tomorrow night based on the form of today, has he fully vindicated the decisions that he's made? Because he's come into today fresher. Whereas if he had maybe 2-3 days under his belt prior to that, then maybe fatigue could have set in by now.
Well, we discussed fresh versus fatigue yesterday. And it gets around about this stage where you think the big winner is Darryl Pilgrim. He's sat at home now and can just choose to loosen his arm with a little bit of practice. But there's always that theory and always them questions at the MODUS Super Series. What's best? But for me, Justin Smith has just turned up a notch today. He looks absolutely sublime. And I'll be frustrated that he's not there Saturday night if he doesn't qualify. But what a massive game. If he can get through this, he's won a big, big game he's got next against Dom Taylor.
85. Justin 121.
And again, he's got the luxury of time for a 3-0 lead. The average is in excess of a ton. So double 18 for 1-2-1 and a 3-0 lead. And Justin Smith's getting better. A 1-2-1, a 12-dart leg, an average just under 102.5, and 3 out of 3 when it comes to the finishing. Tony Wood has just no answer whatsoever.
$100.
Performance of the day?
Has to be. Well, he's been the performer of the day, Justin Smith. His averages so far, 91.09, 93.34, now 102.32. And you look at the doubling in those games as well. 4 out of 7 against Conterman, 4 out of 8 against Cullerton, 3 from 3 here.
60.
Look, in a week like this week, you're not going to get anywhere near the stratospheric levels of Darryl Pilgrim on Tuesday. That's an anomalaic type performance. But this is
60.
As good a day as we've seen from many people for a long time here.
But hasn't achieved anything yet. Conterman is still sat pretty. He knows it's still in his hands. He's got a game coming up after this one and after the Dom Taylor Charlie Large game where he can still put that 2 points ahead.
83.
Justin will need to save all his best when he plays Dom Taylor. And could Dom Taylor then be vulnerable,
100.
depending on how he gets on against Charlie Large next? We know what happened when they met yesterday.
$85.
And so 6 darts to clean the match up to 0.
It's more
60.
psychedelic, isn't it, the shirt of Tony Wood today? Not as wild as some of the ones I've seen him wear.
Yeah, my mum's not happy. She wants her curtains back.
I'm sure I wore that at the Hacienda in 1990.
45.
The what?
The Hacienda. Get me the glow stick. As Justin Smith can now begin to see that winning line at
90.
night. Last
Tony
start
Robb,
leaves a 2-darter.
128.
Going to be 128 for Tony. He'll start in the 18s.
Treble for Ball, and he hasn't had a dart at anything so far in this game, but he is now at the little red bit in the middle of the board.
Game shot the fourth.
He only needed one chance.
Wood.
One chance he takes, but he's still got the most uphill of battles.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw first.
From this particular juncture, Smith with the darts to win 4-1.
That's why it's called the pincher.
59.
There's that dart all of a sudden going under the treble 20. He'll want to correct that again, Justin. The big difference for me is the fact them darts are his Monday to Thursday darts, and either been in just above or the treble has been his Friday darts.
68.
This is kind of the first time today, really, that we've seen Justin Smith go 2 visits dry.
Well, 50 ahead, though. Until then. Tony is so dogged. He's such a fighter.
140.
He wouldn't care if he's 3-1 down or 3-1. He's one of them players you just can't tell. He just throws every dart like it's his last one.
45.
This would be a breaker throw, Henry.
Well, just having a look at Justin Smith, his average has come down by about 10 points. Tony Woods has come up by about 7. There's still a disparity.
98.
But they're eking closer towards an equilibrium.
$100.
And Woods here with the potential break opportunity has 6 darts on 195.
How a match can change.
80.
All he can think in his mind is 6 darts and 238. What a start.
139. Tony Robb,
No idea.
150.
He only realised when he heard the dulcet tone of Owen Binks there, the referee, of actually what he's done and what he's left. $65 left. Tony, you went for it. It's got to be 15 bull, really. This is more of an exhibition shot.
81. Justin required 99.
99 for Justin Smith to put the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake. It's tops.
I would have more thought you would have said it was a flake in the ice cream.
56. Tony required 34.
The least popular double hit on a dartboard.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That's the second time
Tony
this week.
Wood.
It was hit on Tuesday when I made the same statement. And Scott Mitchell said it's the same size as the others.
So
Go straight for
Tony
it.
to throw first.
This
Game
match
on.
was in cruise mode for Justin Smith at 3-0. And then a bullseye finish from Tony Wood. Just a real momentum change.
Did you get a latest
100.
update on the farm from Scott on Tuesday?
Yes, something about bales of hay. I think it's been a little bit wet. So while it's been dry, he's been able to get some hay. For which I said, do you sell it? Or do you use it for your animals in the winter? I am a townie. Come on, don't look at me like that.
Great chat.
40.
What do we wax lyrical about?
We just put the worlds to rights, don't we?
60.
Oh, Henry. $60 behind. Last time he hit, I think, the exact same spot there. Whatever he hits now is his credit.
180.
He's getting much better than that. This would be some fight back, something we haven't seen this week.
Well, this is there's some comebacks that look like they could surmount themselves. This has come from pretty much nowhere. Justin Smith had the opportunity to set up for a 4-0 win. Tony Wood then took out the 1-2-8 on the bull. And from there, it's been all about the pincher.
100.
He's looking to be the clincher and potentially the punisher.
Only saving grace for Smith is he will have the darts in the last leg.
140.
Like I said, his average is...
Tony
yes, it's
required
dipped.
81.
I think credit has to go to Tony Wood, just his fighting qualities. To save the match, you feel. How many times have we said that? He's been here before.
56.
Very nearly there again.
And so Justin Smith walks back to the drinks table.
Justin requires 61.
Ready and poising himself for a big visit to the board. It's going to be a dart at tots for the match and for a 4-2 victory. And the chance has
Tony
come
requires
and
25.
gone for the Bearded Dragon. And Wood comes back to send us all the way.
This part of the board has been hit so much this week. Now it's the centre, double six.
13.
Chance for Smith.
Justin, you require
Could
20.
hear the groaning sigh from Arian Conterman. It's in the hands of the Bearded Dragon, the man from Wales. It's double 10.
$15.
But it feels as if it's beginning to fall apart at the finishing line for Justin Smith. He must have felt he should have been off this stage around about 7 or 8 minutes ago. And he may find himself embroiled in a last leg decider. But Wood goes inside on the double free. So Smith gets another reprieve.
Justin, you require 5.
He mustn't disrespect the big one. He doesn't. Exhale equals confidence. Just incredible.
Shot on the match.
It's 4-2 to Justin Smith. Just what he needed against the dogged, tough Tony Wood, who was really showing signs in that game that he was going to do an almighty comeback. But Justin Smith gets over the line. His average was close to 100 for much of that game, but the 1-2-1 checkout being the best, but the double two, the most important as we move on to the next game. Top of the table, Dom Taylor against Charlie Large.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. Just beginning to warm up nicely. But one person who's been very warm the past day and a half is the man just retrieving his darts, Dom Taylor, top of the table and looking very, very good. There's a real scrap behind him right now, but he must focus on the job because it's top against bottom. So you would assume that the man about to throw his darts would feel comfortable in this game. Well, round about the same time yesterday, I had exactly the same conversation. And 10 minutes later, it was Charlie Large that took victory. So you won't be assuming anything.
Now, even a victory here doesn't confirm Dom Taylor's place into tomorrow night's final. There's still permutations that could mean that both Smith and Contman can leapfrog him. Contman in action up next against Niall Cullerton, and then Dom Taylor will return to action against Justin Smith in a couple of games' time. They could be a couple of games that really dictates and changes the swings, the ebbs, the flows of this Group C on a Friday afternoon. As far as what the odds compilers are saying in this one, well, Dom Taylor is a huge favourite to go on and win this one. 2-11 with the bookies to pick up the 2 points, whilst Charlie Large is the 7-2 outsider to claim victory, a double over Dom. Dom Taylor, the only player that Charlie has beaten so far this week, doing so by 4 legs to 2. Whilst Dom Taylor finds the big fish. We've already seen that from Dale Pilgrim this week.
We've already seen the 1-3-5 today as well.
135.
It's always a tricky. He doesn't need to go the bullseye route. He does. But 90 left, so treble 18.
99.
And after 12 darts, leaves double 18. Looking good, isn't he? If there's any nerves, he's not showing it.
Does not like the way that first dart in the treble is placed in the board.
98.
Had to move across for cover. And so Taylor, double 18 for 13 dart to start. Double 9.
$18.
3 chances to come and go on. Large can step in if he's got Dom's number.
Yeah, it was a surprising move going to leave 118. 117 would have been the more obvious one, but maybe this was the reason why. For a break, a throw.
88.
That's what happens, Henry,
18.
when you're bottom of the table.
Dom's already had 3 chances to get this leg wrapped up. Inside on the double 9 means only one, a double 4.
Game shot on the
but he gets over the line. 5th time of asking. Dom Taylor leads Charlie Large by a leg to 0.
Second against Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Large, you had an opportunity at tops on the back of the 118 combination.
58.
I'm assuming that was little chance of qualification for the World Youth for Charlie. Stato.
44.
He's got the inner goal finger about him, as Dom Taylor likes to stick his thumb up when he doesn't post the score he wants to. Let's say that.
81.
Speaking of goal finger, the UK Open champion, Dom did play in the UK Open.
Yeah, Charlie Large, 81st on the Challenge Tour.
98.
Oh, sorry, the Development Tour Order of Merit in 2023. £950, so 950 ranking points to his name over the course of
56.
The first 20 events on that particular calendar in 2023. Remember, the top 2 players of Out Tour cards will progress their way through to Game PDC Tour cards, and 2 players and then also win themselves a place at the World Championship. And because Johan van Veen is so far in front and as a tour card holder, it's down to positions 2 and 3 in that particular order of merit. They'll get their way into both 58. The tour card position and both maybe a World Championship position. Luke Littler could well win his tour card for the very first time in his career over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, all these players that we see at the MODUS Super Series are appreciating the opportunities, but I guess the dream prize, the golden egg, would be a tour card. And I'm sure these are 2 players that in the future.
58.
That's
And
on
we
the
require
agenda.
170.
Dom Taylor 6 on 170 here. Not going to go. In fact, just going into the World Youth Championship race, Charlie Large is in the last eligible qualifying position.
94.
Him and Mark Petterman are the two players that are closest towards the cut line because they're not playing this weekend. There are players below them that are playing in this particular
100.
event, and runs could see them overtake.
76.
Be interesting to see what Charlie Large does. If he doesn't, he does tomorrow. He probably will head up to those development tour events as Taylor chases down double 18 for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead.
Charlie
That target has not
90.
been helpful to him today.
Yeah, on 90, you're thinking of the bullseye before you even throw a dart. He should just be thinking the biggest 20 that he's got in his arsenal. He's done that. Back to the centre of the board. Nearly changed the fortunes for Tony Wood.
Game's on the second
Do the
leg.
same for Charlie Large because that was smack bang in the middle. He's becoming to be a real nemesis to Dom Taylor.
Feel like it's Dom
can
to throw
frustrate.
first. Game on.
And that nemesis could be a bit of an inferno for Dom Taylor in the end. Been a bit of a roller coaster day in Group C so far.
Roller coaster.
Easy.
57.
Who's going to be the scooper of the top prize, Glenn?
Scott Taylor.
140.
Unlike you, I don't sit on the fence. I don't change my mind. Been super impressed with Dom Taylor. I've been super impressed, more than super impressed with
57.
Darryl Pilgrim. Scott Taylor's my man on Monday. Then again, I am the man who said Dave Prince had no chance last night, and
60.
Go figure.
What's it they say about Dozz's tips?
139.
So 6 starts here from 161 for Dom Taylor to open up a 2-1 lead. Triple 18. Sorry, the bullseye.
136. $100. And we require 25.
2 12s.
One. Charlie require 148.
That nemesis, that is Charlie Large, looking at 148. Just part of me there thought this could get interesting.
58.
Tom Taylor just drying down the darts.
And
It
we
is
require
warm in there.
24.
He's virtually touching the ceiling. Can he touch the double six? Yes, he
Game's on
can.
the
Sweet
third
as a
leg.
nut.
Dom Taylor.
And I like the fact he celebrates with every leg. He's a bit of a chatter. When I got up there for the final game last night in the
Feels like
balcony,
it's
just
Charlie to
behind
throw
where
first.
they are, he was
Game on.
talking away to himself. Means an awful lot to him, and I like that. I think you need that passion when you play darts, and I think that's something where Charlie's next
134.
phase is. He needs to find that inner motivation and even show your opponent that you're feeling good about yourself.
$99.
Then again, 18-year-old, I could barely hit a big 20, and here he is playing at the MODUS Super Series. That's where I want him to
100.
be, Henry. That's what I've tried to elude the past 2 days. That's what I'm trying to get across, that if you can just get that first dart, it's like an aim, like a real sighter for him.
100.
So just having a look at some permutations.
100.
Taylor would confirm his qualification by beating Justice Smith in game 10. And that doesn't matter what happens here. Even if he loses to Charlie Large, he's got that another bite of the cherry.
132. Charlie Rico,
I
167.
think losing this game's on the agenda. I think after what Charlie did to him yesterday, don't want to make a major statement, but
60.
fair play to Charlie. These are some of the best darts he's thrown today. Seen Pilgrim do this. One of the major players for this week.
134. Charlie Rico, 107.
Perfect setup. What has Large got by way of response? 107 for 2 apiece in a level game. It's going to be double 16 for Charlie Large.
75.
Doesn't go, and so Taylor is back for the breaker throw and back for 3-1. And have put himself on the cusp. He's had no joy on that target today. He's had similarly luckless fate on double nine until this particular occasion. Taylor finds the break. He leads 3-1.
But look at the reaction, Henry.
Fifth gets Dom to throw first.
I think he's just won a world title away.
Game on.
Every time it's the fist pump. $139.
You have to say, victory here, and things would look rather green. Might look very Monty for Dom.
57.
You live in a gardener's world, I tell you.
You love your garden shed.
56.
What I do like is fantastic darts, and that's something that Dom Taylor's demonstrated the past 2 days. He's getting oh so
58.
close to qualification for Saturday night, and we'll have that opportunity. A game after the next one against Justin Smith. That should be an absolute beauty. Smith has been amazing today and needs the
92.
win. So stay with us. Like I said, give us your thoughts on our social media platforms at MSS Darts. We're just getting to the business end right now.
Taylor closing in. Victory here will put him on to 14 points.
98.
Pretty much touch Saturday night.
$131. Tommy Rico,
116 points away from a 4-1 victory. Richard, see him oh so close to tomorrow night's finale. Trouble would have left double 18, and
100.
in some senses it
Charlie
might be better
Rico,
off that he's got a
170.
different double of tact if this big fish doesn't go.
And it's not going to go.
100.
It's Dom
Tommy
Taylor
Rico,
that approaches
16.
the hockey for the match. It's double 8. I think that's the better route. Widens the bed. There's the perfect angle that you're going to see.
Game
And it's
shot
also
and the
comfortable in the
match.
end for Dom Taylor. He
Taylor.
moves to 14 points. It shows you exactly how he feels about that. And once again, the trials and tribulations for Charlie Large continue, but he has to take the positives. But for Dom Taylor, he has his eyes on the prize. You can see Saturday night. He can smell it. And it's a big 4-1 victory over the Charlie Large as we move on to another big clash. It's Arian Conterman still searching for that second place against Niall Cullerton.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Dom Taylor put himself one step closer to qualification, getting the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Ariane Conterman is in action up against Niall Cullerton. Cullerton, who enjoying himself at the Super Series. And where's Conterman off to? I think Niall dropped one of his darts and he is nursing a bit of a bad leg. So Ariane being the utter gentleman and retrieving the darts for him. And perhaps trying to put in a trial for the 50-metre dash at the Super Series Sports Day as well.
First leg, it's Arian to throw first. Game on.
He's been very speedy this week as Ariane. He's been ultra impressive. I've really enjoyed seeing him for
140
now. He's continued quite an old-fashioned dart player, Ariane Conterman. Real old school and a very much a young head, and
55.
Just needs to remain cool, calm and collected because it's coming to a real finale. He'll have one eye also on the next game coming up. It's definitely the game of the day that we're going to be getting next, with top of the table Dom Taylor against Justin Smith. You feel who has to beat Dom, which is a very, very difficult thing to do at the best of times.
60.
Ariane Conterman goes off 2-7. Niall Cullerton 5-2 with the bookies.
92.
Yeah, it's been a week to forget for Niall. You haven't been with us this week. He's lost 4 stone as Niall, so he's looking really trim.
100, and you're going 170.
But the darts haven't gone his way. And I think he's done something to his leg this morning or overnight.
58.
But when I stuck my head in earlier, no complaints, no moans, just getting on with it. We're always the best player from Monday to Friday that wins it. We've seen some incredible conclusions. Nearly incredible finish there from Niall.
That time it was treble 18, Paul.
$81.
So to level up at 1 apiece, what has Conterman got by way of response?
100. Now we require 80.
So to level things up at 1 apiece. Tops. Tops.
Game shot in the second leg.
Superb from Cullerton.
So look at Arian to throw first. Game on.
Ariane would have felt very, very confident going into this match. They've played each other 4 times already, and wins for Ariane on Monday. 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. And guess what the score was yesterday?
4-2?
4-1.
45.
Yeah, an 88 average there. 4 out of 6 on the doubling for Conterman in that particular encounter. Remember, you can get in contact with us at the Super Series. It's at MSS Darts. Do tell us where in the world you are tuning into us from, such as Ricky McDowell, who has got in contact with us. Very good afternoon to you. Enjoying the banter and the commentary box between myself and Duzzer.
44.
Just wanted to say that I'm watching all the way over in the States from Empire, Michigan, sitting at the beach alongside the shoreline of the beautiful Lake Michigan. And he sent us a lovely picture of Lake Michigan in the USA. Thank you very much, Ricky, for getting in touch. You can do so as well via MSS Darts. Do tell us whereabouts you're watching from. Maybe send us a picture as well whilst you're at it.
Yes, it looks very nice, but it's no Whitby. Excellent response again from Cullerton, who's looking at another treble 19 there to lead the straight 100 finish. And Conterman's thinking 132, please, 132.
132. No, 138.
The Della. Yeah, so many players are going the double-double now.
I only require 40.
Frowned upon once upon a time. Now it's the
Game
norm.
on the third leg.
Well, also the norm this week is Conterman give him a dart or a double. Saying real good banter. When you get to that Friday, Henry, these two have been with each other now for 5 days. And, you know, whether they've met before private, but seem to be getting on very, very well.
You almost become inseparable to each other. little bit like us, Glenn.
Yeah, get a little bit further away, please.
50.
But I was thinking, yes, if Ariane and Denny Aldercoulter, that would they have appreciated being in the same group?
I think it can be both a blessing and a curse at the same time.
140.
Because, yes, okay, it might be nice to have somebody that you know or someone as a compatriot, but then also you might be wondering what they're doing, how they're getting on, whereas at least in this situation, as Continent pass in the first max of the match, you can focus on yourself. Sometimes having people you don't know too well or having maybe a little bit of a language barrier
26.
can just help you to focus. Now, Sebastian Białowicki, when he's here, he'll just do his own thing. He'll sit in his seat, he'll practice when he practices, and he'll get on and do his job.
Funnily enough, I was thinking exactly the same. He's the one guy that totally separates himself. He really just sits in the corner and just practices when he's ready to do that. But every sort of plays there. I remember Aaron Monk, he was a massive personality in there, and certainly he knew when he'd lost a game, let's say that.
140.
Excellent leg from Konterman, leaving double 18 after 12 to really pull the trigger in this game and to pull himself 3-1 in front.
130.
Good response from Cullerton. But double 18 for a 3-1 lead in the break of throw.
Perfect
Games
marker.
on the fourth leg. Arian Konterman.
Again, something I promote, just go. If you're going to miss big, 'cause that double 9 is not the area of the board that you want to be on, and that was expertly done.
It's Arian to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, is that the first time I've seen Niall Cullerton really show his shoulders sag there, didn't it? It's been a tough week. I know he loves the opportunity to come in here, and like I said, it's extreme circumstances for him. He's probably in real pain as he's throwing a dart there, but he knows he wants to be back. He wants to integrity and professionalism of Niall. He wants people to qualify on their own merits.
121.
Group B tonight, Henry? Anything you're really looking forward to? Or
140.
I'm intrigued to see how Dave Prince gets on tonight. 6 points from his first day puts him in a very good position. I think Scott Taylor goes through no matter what happens this evening. Denny Aldercoulter is the one I'm intrigued by because we saw a lot from him in terms of Group A, but last night
24
played okay, but didn't quite get the results. But Matt Dennant, for me, was the real disappointment of yesterday.
Yeah, real ups and downs, but Continent is just coming to the final furlong now. And he's absolutely cruising. This would be the 5th time he's beaten Niall Cullerton this week, and you have to feel the Irishman will be sick
41.
of the sight of Arian Konterman.
16.
To move to 12 points. It's 5-star Konterman here at the MODUS Super Series, the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's a good, solid win there from the Dutchman. Very, very impressive. And Niall Cullerton, it was a tough day at the office, but fair play, and the credit must go to the Dutchman. 96.49. Not too shabby that. 4 from 5 on the outer ring. He's getting asked some questions today by Justin Smith, but he's certainly got the answers. And next up, what a game. A big, big clash. It's Dom Taylor against Justin Smith.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
have we reached the pivotal point here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series. Some big matches coming up, and the next couple could determine which players get through from this group. We'll show you those results and fixtures now, and you can see Dom Taylor and Justin Smith about to do battle before Ian Conterman takes on Tony Wood. Conterman has just beaten Niall Cullerton 4-1. Taylor beating Charlie Large 4-1, and Justin Smith before that staying firmly in the race of the 4-2 victory over Tony Wood. But if you look at the table, you'll see that because of the position, Dom Taylor, if he wins this match, he will qualify. Then if Ian Conterman goes and wins the next one, he would as well. So it's a huge game for those three players, really, in that race, this meeting between Taylor and Smith. A victory for Smith would keep things very, very interesting right until the death of this group. So without further ado, we'll get this big match underway in the company of a big commentary team, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yep, thank you very much, Chris. And so the big games really do begin to develop now, and for Dom Taylor, the opportunity to get it done against Justin Smith, who has been, it has to be said today, the form horse.
What he needs to really gallop about now is a lot of laughter on there, and that might suit Justin's personality and the way he plays the darts. But
first leg, it's Dom to throw first. Game on.
Put that switch on right now because this game is monstrous. He hasn't been his brilliant best. He's flattered to deceive at times. He's averaging just shy of 85 when you would think he's been playing a lot worse than that. But today he's really, really been superb. But it's a big task, isn't it, to play Dom Taylor and beat him? And
60.
Even that doesn't guarantee anything.
Well, this game went to the wire yesterday. Dom Taylor won 4-3, an exchange of 6 maximums, 3 apiece. Real good quality game. 4 out of 6 on the doubling for Dom Taylor that won it in the end. Justin Smith missing 7 darts at double as Taylor piles in the first max of this match. And don't expect it to be the last. Don't expect it to be the last.
180.
Well, that's the bet builder completed in this particular game. It was Justin Smith to hit a 180 in this one.
65.
It was done in the second visit of the match.
You could clearly see they both like each other's company beforehand, and not something I was a big fan of, but they certainly seemed to play well against each other. It was a fabulous game between them yesterday, and a lovely opener here.
$94.
Lovely last dart. Doesn't leave a 2-darter. Well, 62 is, but I think he was looking at the 56 finish there as he
60.
laid up that second dart.
Tommy requires 62.
For the opening leg, treble 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clean and
Dom
clinical
Taylor.
from Dom Taylor. If Justin Smith's going to win this game, he needs his A+ game right now. Can't afford to even lose this leg.
It's Justin to throw first. Game on.
1-0 Taylor. 14 darter, and that's the standard we've come to expect of a game of this quality.
100.
And it feels like possibly only a ton start from Justin Smith.
$97. $100.
Yeah, very interesting 20 minutes coming up if Dom Taylor wins this game. Conterman does get past Tony Wood. We'll have our 2 qualifiers.
100.
If you're intrigued by how the odds compile is laid up in this one, Dom Taylor the 1-2 favourite, Justin Smith 6-4.
$100. Justin, you require 161.
So 6 darts and 161 to level this game up.
129.
Very mature darts. Both averaging well over 103 right now.
100. Justin, you require 32.
Well, the first leg was 1 in 14 by Dom Taylor. The second
shot
one
the
is 1 in
second
13 by Justin Smith. And this really is the high-quality encounter that we came to expect. 27 darts for the completion of the first couple of legs. Representative by the averages that you can see on your screen now. Nothing to separate the pair. 1-1.
95.
Yeah, the problem for Justin Smith in this game, not only are you playing a colossal player in Dom Taylor, but you're going to have to break him to beat him. Dom has got the darts in this match. Going to take something very, very special from Smith, but
100.
He has been brilliant today, hasn't he? It's just frustrating to see him floundering around in third place when we should be seeing him here on Saturday night, because I touch on something you said earlier, as he smashes in another 180. He's one of them players that must love a crowd.
Oh, for sure. You can just tell the way that he plays the game. And the crowd will reflect upon the way that he plays the game as well, because he plays with such style, such flair. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's the type of player that a crowd really can get behind. Has won in front of a crowd, won in Series 2. He beat Martin Adams in that final.
Is the tide a-turning?
81. Justin, you require 100.
Potentially 11 darter.
Tops.
Game
absolutely superb. An 11 dart breaker throw. 2-1 Justin Smith. His average now 113.25. Haven't seen a missed dart at double in this game either.
Justin to throw first.
We are being spoilt rotten with an absolute treat of a match. Oh, just carry on. Just carry on, lads.
Now you're watching Darryl Pilgrim. Jason Askew had the highest average for a long, long time.
180.
Sit back and enjoy, Henry. Why? They don't want to listen to us.
Is something special.
139.
When one man misses, can another man get?
Have you ever seen the like?
140.
This is just a beautiful game, and I don't want to spoil the match with too much commentary, but this is the best of Justin Smith, but kind of feeling frustrated at the same time. Really enjoying this.
140.
That's excellent from Dom Taylor. It's forcing Justin Smith to take out this 125. This is for hold of throw. And so Dom Taylor to break back and to level up at 2-2. Potential 11 of his own.
Job done for Justin Smith, and you turn around and see your opponent after 9 darts have 2 darts at tops. That's why he's one of the big favourites this week.
Dom Taylor.
That's why my co-commentators early as Monday morning said he is the man to beat.
Just have a listen
to throw first.
At the legs at this that's been won in this game. 14, followed by a 13, followed by an 11, followed by another 11. 2-2, not a missed dart at double. 5 maximums.
100.
You know it's a good game when you think, is 100 enough?
60.
Yes, it was. Hang in there, Justin.
And when a game's this good, you must look at the back of the board and think, oh no, what's he hit now?
100.
They're both slightly different. Dom actually watches the darts of Justin going in. Justin usually looks at the carpet, so you're waiting to hear the score from the referee. You can see he's not looking there.
57.
So that's when you get that little bit of adrenaline rush when you know one big score. He is a ton behind. This is just
180.
This is Tuesday. You don't look like Scott Mitchell.
This is stupendous.
$137.
Oh, this has been superb. And now the 161 for Justin Smith. It's not going to go. And so Taylor, 107 for a 3-2 lead.
We require 107.
With Smith breathing down his neck on 66 of the break. Doesn't get the treble 16, which would have added him a dart at tops. And so
62.
Smith for the break chance, 66.
Requires 66.
Opportunities don't happen. You create them. That's exactly what Justin Smith has done. Can he execute the double 18? Come on, he says. That is the three best darts Justin Smith has thrown this week. Set up play. He stands back. He takes a big intake of breath. He exhales it back out. Smack bang in the double 18 under a high pressured situation. Tremendous darts from the bearded dragon. And he's in again.
Oh, what a start!
180.
And his average now is in excess of 112.5. That's his fifth maximum. Dom Taylor was walking back down the oche at the end of the last leg disconsolately. I dread to think what was going through his mind
56.
when that maximum went in.
$58.
He just makes it look so simple, doesn't he? Where has he been all week, Henry? Where has he been?
However, if you're going to peak at the right time, and today's the right day to do exactly that.
100.
Just has a little look at the 263 there, so you might see him move around the board. Should go to 19s.
99.
Just fantastic again after 9 darts to leave a finish. Even a maximum from Taylor here. We have waxed lyrical so much about Dom Taylor today, but it's Justin Smith who's just cruising up to the pack.
97. Justin, 164.
Can he finish with a sprint?
Has got 6 darts to set up.
100.
Ton leads him on 64 after 12. There was always going to be a response in this game, though, wasn't there?
180.
That is the 8th maximum of this match.
And that's Dom's best 3 darts. What an incredible conclusion. It worked for him last time to reset. The most incredible game. Justin Smith. We have been waiting for that performance all week, and Dom Taylor played his part in an absolute MODUS Super Series classic. He looks up to the heavens, and rightly so. Look at those numbers. Check out ratios. 6 darts thrown, 6 darts hit. Dom Taylor, a losing average 104.96, 107.62 from Justin Smith. 8 180s. The match had absolutely everything. Absolute fair play to the both. Follow that, Tony Wood and Ariane Conterman. They're up next.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Time to get our breath back after an incredible game before the break. Justin Smith, 5 maximums, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, and 107.62 average to beat Dom Taylor 4-2, who himself had an average just under 105. He had 3 maximums himself, and he was 2 from 2 on the doubling. So, fair to say, Glenn, we got a bit of an act to follow here.
Yeah, that was an absolute beauty. The pace will be different here is the big thing. Tony Wood is the slowest of the 6 players. Just as good at them on his day. He can produce
Tony to throw first.
107 whenever he wants to, but the rat-a-tat-tat quick fire match that was a beauty. I mean, just what a week of darts we've had, and that's right up there as match of the week. Arian Conterman, wonder what he must be thinking now, because he might not know an awful lot about Tony Wood.
$99.
I'll tell you how ridiculous that last game, how ridiculous this week is. That last game would make 3rd in a top 5 best games this week.
I'm also thinking now, is Dom Taylor susceptible to not qualifying?
47.
Well, this is how the group looks live. Arian Conterman playing his 9th game now.
94.
Taylor on 14, Smith on 12. Now, Conterman wins this. He moves on to 14 points in the group, level with Dom Taylor. The first game of the final round of fixtures is Conterman against Taylor. So, Conterman conceivably can finish on 16 points. Justin Smith then takes on Charlie Large. Now, he'll be on 12 points and move level on points with Dom Taylor, but defeat would mean that Taylor would have a worse off legs difference. So the tower is in high peril, that is for sure.
And not once this week did he think that was the case. It would be, just another incredible story for this week. But don't write off Tony Wood in this game.
37.
That's something that would be the worst thing that Arian could do right now, and already be thinking of that game with Dom Taylor. Bullseye.
91. Tony Rock 158.
Oh, yes. And the problem now for Arian is that he's desperate to get to the hockey.
98. Only
You can see him,
37.
composure and patience is key for Arian to win this game.
Game shot on the first
That's a cracking dart, Henry.
Arian Conterman.
15 dart breaker throw. Conterman 1 leg to the good.
Second leg, it's Arian to throw first. Game on.
And he has a real focus on his face, doesn't he? The Dutchman.
58.
Doesn't have a nickname. Arian.
Well, come on then. Social media. Arian Conterman is looking for a nickname. The one that Henry decides today will go to Arian with us.
83.
If you were to give me a nickname, what would it
59.
I don't think I could say it on air. I think we had a quiz name on Monday, which was quite close for you, wasn't it?
84.
Destructive. Henry Destructive Deacon.
58.
Henry Deadeye Deacon. Henry. I'm just hearing something in my ear there from the comms from the production team. I don't think I can say that, guys.
60.
As long as it can roll off the tongue, it'll be fine.
85.
One thing that can roll off the hand of Arian Conterman is darts right now. He's just doing a very solid job. I've apologised a couple of times this week because he's barely got a mention with the headline acts that we've had so far. And like I said, after that stunning last game, Arian is just quietly but effectively just getting on with the job. It's always a tough ask with a player like a Tony Wood, a Dave Prince, where it doesn't seem as good of a game because of the pace of the game, but the averages are very acceptable right now. It's just about the 2 points.
So Konterman leaving himself on 141 then for a 2-0 lead. But this is the Wood riposte.
140. Only 141.
Tony's one of those players anyway, you don't feel he's in the game.
29. Tony required 91.
You said about Rob Collins last night, he's always got a big score in every single leg, and I'm getting the feeling that's exactly the same for Tony Wood as well. You look at treble 17 here. 74 left, so treble 14 for double 16.
59.
140 score, set up that 91. Konterman has been absolutely sensational in this area. It's tops for another one.
92.
Finishes that just roll off the tongue
32.
around that style. It would have been his third finish of 1-1-2 this week.
However, Tony Wood comes back for 32 to level up at 1 apiece. This would be for the breaker throw.
Game shot on the second leg.
Levels
Tony
you
Wood.
Devils in this 11th game of the day.
So it gets Tony to throw first.
Deacon thought is Arian Konterman. Very understated. Like I said, patience and his cool and calmness really needs to come to the fore right here. He mustn't panic.
59.
When you get chances against Tony Wood, it's just that taking each dart at a time. I preferred Henry playing a slower player than a quick player.
100.
I didn't like the way you feel the hockey every single time. I used to like to stand behind someone and just give it a 2 or 3 to 10 seconds thought. But you just felt last night with the players against Dave Prince that were struggling with the pace of the game.
180.
Unless your name was Scott Taylor.
That was a beauty. And there's the one big score for Tony Wood, which he guarantees is every leg.
137.
Once again, it makes it very interesting. A scenario we haven't really put together is if Tony Wood beats Arian.
$41.
Yeah, victory here for Tony Wood would mean that Konterman would stay locked on 12.
98.
Ahead of that encounter against Dom Taylor. And so conceivably it would mean that ahead of that game they could both be tied on 14, and Justin Smith could also be tied on 14 if he beat Charlie Large. It'd then come down to legs difference, which
93.
As live is plus 12 for Taylor, plus 12 for Smith, plus 8 for Konterman. Legs 1,
26.
32 Taylor, 31 Smith, 26 Konterman.
The pincher needs to pinch. Treble 18. You can still do it with treble 20. Big moments. Bullseye.
103. I only require 40.
Tops of the break.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
Konterman gets his nose back in front at 2-1. 14 data for the Dutchman. Now he is back in cruise control of this match. 3 breaks.
We say cruise control, but
140.
that's what he needs to continue doing, because this guy will keep biting away at the ankles.
$41.
Looking forward to next week, Henry. Some names there.
140.
Some big names. And another fantastic group A.
Yes, John Henderson, Fallon Sherritt, the 2 headline acts in Group A. Look forward to seeing them here at the Super Series. I'm always intrigued to see how Adam Lipscomb gets along because he's the type of player that every single time he plays here, he gets better, but he hasn't quite crossed that hurdle of qualifying for Saturday night yet.
James Huddle's the one for me. I think that's a name. England captain as well. And if he'd be wanting to improve on his performances so far at the MODUS Super Series, he's got the type of game which this should really suit him. Marino Michaels, who knows how he's playing? Let me know.
81.
I won't be here, though.
138.
I'll be on a beach with the kids push me back in the sea.
I'm going to be in the company of Chris Mason in the commentary box next week. As Consummate leads tops after 12 for a 3-1 lead.
Mason's never away from the place. He wants to get a pub or something.
So, tops a 3-1 for Consummate, who's just beginning to turn the screw in this game.
Game shot
13 darter, 3-1 lead. This is good from Consummate. 94.5 the average, 3 out of 7 when it comes to the doubling. And a leg away now for moving himself onto 14 points and effectively putting himself in charge of his destiny, knowing that he plays Dom Taylor in the first game of the final round.
That's a blockbuster of a game, isn't it? Because you have to fancy Justin Smith against Charlie Large.
The last time we saw 2 blockbusters go so toe-to-toe was Barbie and Oppenheimer. Were you a Barbie guy or an Oppenheimer guy, Glenn?
$93.
Back in the treble, 20 bed.
100.
There's that controlled aggression which he's demonstrated so royally this week. Be interesting to see how Tony thinks the week. So he's got another big game come Saturday night as well. He's in Dave Prince for the North East Bell title in the ADC. He sees himself as the top dog in the area now, and that maybe would just cement that. But the way Prinsey played last night, he's not going to give it up without a fight.
On the basis of what you've seen from the pair this week, who would you make favourite for that particular match?
I'm just thinking best of 17. That's a bit of a grueler. They're two guys who play at their pace. They'll have played each other many, many times.
100.
It's a tough one to say. I'm really interested to see how Davy Prince played today. Like I said, it was wonderful to see him on the hockey. We've shared it so many times, and he really impressed me last night. Tony, I think, has just been a little bit hitty-missy for me. He can do this. We're also in this leg of darts. He's also led a score of 46.
140.
Just improve on the consistency if he's going to beat Prinsey Saturday night. And this is for the match. Treble 18. The double 16.
74.
That would have added to his collection.
Only require 83.
100 plus finishes.
So to save the match and to put it back to 3-2, Tony Wood. Well, 32 for 34. Well, this is the most bizarre way you'll see an 83 converted.
Tony Wood.
In your life.
See if it's Arian to throw first. Game on.
He looks as smug as a pug in a rug, Tony Wood, after that.
135.
What a response. Them finishers can deflate you.
$60. $140.
Sign of real quality. Another beautiful average from the Dutchman. probably feeling he should be off that stage right now, but that's very typical of Tony Wood, who always produces one big score.
123.
The Continent has it in the lap of his hands now. 6 starts to get the job done in leg 6.
140.
135 and back-to-back ton 40s. Leaves himself on 86 after 9 to complete the job. To move him on to 14 points. And to put his destiny effectively in his own hands, with Dom Taylor being his final opponent of the group. But never, ever discredit Tony Wood.
Means he has to go for the ball. Not the route he wanted to, but he's got away with one there.
138.
Because he has left double 18. But Tony Wood, 60, 1, 2, 3, 180, and this would be some way to finish it. He can't do it. Advantage to the Dutchman. Can he move to 14 points and join Dom Taylor?
94.
Get 3 darts for the match.
36.
Double 18 is intended target, and double 18 sank. And Ariane Consman has his destiny in his own hands as he gets the better of Tony Wood by 4 legs to 2. Doing so of a 97.38 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubling. He beats Tony Wood by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Charlie Large in action up against Niall Cullerton.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m, The Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's getting to the conclusion of Group C. And it's a 3-horse race for 2 spots. It's getting very, very exciting. Charlie Large in your pictures. It's been a tough campaign. Let's just say that I feel like he's finding his game, and the trials and tribulations of this man. He played in Group A. It was a really tough game, and just to make it even worse, he's also now got an injury to his leg as well. So
Game on.
I'd say it's a basement clash. It's a real opportunity for these. I think both of them, Henry, will feel they can win this game. Will we see the best of them?
Well, let's hope that that is a start in which we build upon.
100. $45.
The bookmakers had Charlie Large as the 5-4 outsider. Niall Cullerton 4-7 on to win this particular
24.
battle. Both players have one more game to go after this. Charlie will take on Justin
60.
Smith, whilst for Niall it's a match up with Tony Wood. The big one's the one coming up next. Conterman up against Taylor.
Yeah, please don't miss that one.
66.
It's going to be an absolute beauty, and for the first time is Dom Taylor, the one that's vulnerable.
Well, it's a winner goes through clash. Simple as that.
90.
That's what we like here. We like it brutal.
We've got away without using the abacus as much today, haven't we?
81. Charlie Rick 126.
Yeah, they really separated the top three, didn't they? And it's all credit to Justin Smith, who's had just the most magnificent day, but still isn't through.
86.
But this is the Charlie Large he was hoping was going to be throwing his first dart yesterday. Been a very tough campaign for him, but we do learn so much. I was
100.
a
Charlie
big
Rick
believer in the
40.
terms lessons learned.
Game shot on the first leg.
17
Charlie
dart
Large.
opener for Charlie.
1-0 lead for the man from
Second is
Waterlooville.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
It was a good game between the pair of them yesterday. It was the man in your picture that won 4-2.
50.
Well, there hasn't been an awful lot of positives this week for Niall Cullerton. My co-commentator Henry Deacon has seen the best of Niall over the past couple of years, but I think you'll want to put this one
100.
down to one to forget.
Yeah, it's one you want to put to the back of his mind, but I think Niall's one of those players where something like what's happened this week is just going to
64.
give him further fuel to the fire going forward. It will give him that extra little bit of motivation for the next time he's here. He's doing very well in the ADC events out in Ireland. ADC Ireland being
119.
a big force now, and he's right at the forefront of it. One of the organisers of ADT events as well as Niall. He's going to be back, and I think when he's back, I think there'll be a real bit between his
66.
teeth to prove himself even more. Not that he needs to prove anything, but maybe to himself to put this to bed.
77.
Frustrating there for Charlie. There's a bounce out there from the treble 19, but I think one thing Niall will need to work on is shed a lot of weight. And like I said, he's thrown a dart differently.
140.
I haven't spoke extensively to him, but he did sort of say answers a few questions. The fact that he needs to address the fact that he's had this weight loss, and sometimes you need to step backwards to
27.
move forwards, and he needs there's good people around him and some real solid practice and work out what works best for him.
81.
Well, 81 leads himself on a ton. It's actually been a conversion that he's had a little bit of joy with this week, and he's had a little bit of joy with today. That was when he got his only leg on against Justin
44.
Smith earlier on
Now
in
they require
proceedings.
100.
Can he find it to level up here against Charlie Large? Tops was what he was looking for.
60. Charlie Rick 134.
Tops he's already found today. That was against Ariane Conterman. He's been good on that target today, Niall Cullerton.
58. Now you require 40.
Will he stay good?
Game
Yes
shot
is the
second
answer.
leg.
1-1.
Niall Cullerton.
Yeah, the bet builder for the first time this week is now not looking so good. A big win
Well,
here for
it's
Charlie
to throw
Large.
first. Game on.
And the bet builder we showed at the opening part of the programme would be up.
100.
Does tips won't be up, but that's another story.
Well done to those of you at home who have been picking the right selections on the exchanges. It's an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the market, and we compile
96.
them together into a handy acca for you. We'll have more of that action tonight at 10.
$140.
Could start in the 18s.
$44.
After that superb first leg for Charlie, he's gone a little bit quiet, and it's Niall who's beginning to motor.
100.
Even himself on 161 after 9 against the darts. What can Large do by way of response?
140.
Pile in something big.
Now we record 161. $55. Charlie record 121.
I'm not going to go with a bullseye, Charlie Large, and so
91. Now we record
now
106.
Cullerton back for 106 to get the breaker throw and to open up a 2-1 lead. We know where he's heading.
Game shot.
And he finds tops again.
Niall
He has
Cullerton.
been imperious on that particular segment of the board to get the break against Charlie Large to lead 2-1.
Game on.
Yes, 400 plus finish of the week for Niall. He had 100
43.
earlier against Justin Smith. To complement his 117 and his 120 during the week.
57.
Oh, hello.
180.
Just shows you what a little bit of confidence can do.
$139.
But in some weird way, in the back of the mind,
125.
do you get even more frustrated because you're thinking, well, where was this when I really needed it?
Yeah, we talked at length about the Justin Smith run today as well. You know, where has he been all week?
139.
The pair of them are bringing the
153.
best out of each other, because I think the pair of them went on to that stage thinking they can win this game. Treble 19. There's 74 left.
139.
That's not the right last start, but it does leave a finish. And with Charlie on a bogey, they didn't need to rush that 74.
93.
No doubt he'll prove
Now
me
we
wrong
record
by smashing
14.
this double 7 straight in.
No one at shake of the head as he goes a double 2. And now he's in the madhouse.
Charlie requires
Could be in the
73.
doghouse if Large can take out the 73.
Big 14. Tops for 2-2.
33. Now we require 2.
There's plenty of people saying 1 up, 1 in.
No score.
But it straggles too
Charlie
far
requires
across,
40.
and maybe the treble 20 to leave himself double 7 could come back to cost Cullerton here. As Large creeps closer,
No
but
score.
not close enough. 2 wire benders, but he
require
couldn't
2.
find the one that finds the bed.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Niall Cullerton.
And Cullerton finally finds the double 1 to lead 3-1.
5th flag, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on. $57. $83.
Difficult week for both players.
59.
Sometimes you then go back and you start doubting how you're practicing, your preparation. Am I good enough?
85.
I just get the sense of both of these players, especially with Charlie, 18-year-old he's got to remember. And I know he's got people watching, family and friends right now. And just have to
57.
remind him that he's in the infancy of his career. You learn so much when things aren't always going so well. For me,
97.
he has to find just a little bit of spark in his throw, a little bit of bounce. He just seems very laid back, very lethargic. And
93.
I'd like to see just a little bit more something in him without knowing his personality too much.
From your perspective, and you had trials and tribulations before you then went on and won titles, how true is the phrase in your mind, you've got to learn to lose before you learn how to win?
Yeah, it's massive. I would always go back onto my dartboard the next day and beat the person that beat me yesterday. Put myself back in that situation and learn how to win that game.
100.
I couldn't do that at 18. That's what I would say to Charlie. I was nowhere near the level he was at, and I still achieved every dream I wanted to in the game. He's got to
99. Jolly
just have his family let him know that. His sponsors, his friends. All I can say is people would love the opportunity he's having right now. And his head shouldn't go too far down, but for Cullerton, been a tough all week. He's going to get a dart at tops here for the match. It was classed as a basement clash. It didn't feel like that game. It was a good game between two players where not an awful lot to separate them, but now Cullerton's, as you see, walking off there, also injured his leg during this week, but that 106 finish being the highlight, and it's a 4-1 victory over Charlie Large, and we have got a major game coming up. Ariane Conterman against Dom Taylor. Don't miss that one.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 3 fixtures left to play here on Friday in Group C. And the big one is the next one. Ariane Conterman against Dom Taylor, the 2 players at the top of the table. And then after that, Justin Smith's match against Charlie Large will also be decisive. So we'll show you the league table now. And you can see that the 2 players that are about to do battle are tied on 14 points. 2 ahead of Justin Smith, meaning the winner will go through to finals night and join Daryl Pilgrim in Saturday's session. Whoever loses will then have to hope that Charlie Large does them a favour and gets the better of Justin Smith in the match that follows. So to guide you through 2 pivotal contests, I'll hand you back to Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Exciting times here. And I was just sat contemplating there. Is the favourite out the 3 of them? The guy that's in 3rd place, Justin Smith. We've just watched an out-of-sorts Charlie Large there, so you can assume, and I highlight the word assume, that Justin Smith's going to beat Charlie. And this is a really big game, and what would be absolutely fascinating is if Dom Taylor was to lose this game, because not once have I thought that he wouldn't qualify from this group. And it's a tough ask when you're playing Ariane Conterman, who's been a revelation this week. He's been just a joy to watch. And he'll be up
First
for this
leg, it's
battle.
Arian to throw first.
Sit back and
Game
enjoy.
on.
I'm looking forward to this game. And may the best person win.
These two were the tip-top two before a dart was thrown in Group C, where Dom Taylor was fancied before a dart was
68.
even thrown in the week. One of them may not even make it now. Because as you say, you'd heavily fancy Justin Smith to get the job done against Charlie Large. Now, the odds
58.
compilers have Dom Taylor out at 4-6 favourite, Ariane Konterman 11-10.
140.
Yeah, I would make Dom a slight favourite, but Ariane has got the darts.
$81. $100.
Both have that very, just at the point of release, like a little hold. He brings it back to his face there. And that's where you're staring at nothing but the treble 20.
98.
Very similar. Ariane's got a much shorter arm. You can see there, it's very Martin Schindler-esque.
28.
The factor you've got to bring into this game is that there'll be a lot of tension in their body. A little bit of anxiety might creep in. Who can handle it the best?
94.
Well, it's Taylor first to have finished, but Konterman on throw can leave it far more handier for the 165. That's unlucky.
114.
That's a great riposte for the last dart, leaving himself on 51,
170.
forcing the tower to topple the fish. Another one of them. Bullseye! And that would have been a massive finish at a massive time for Dom Taylor.
51.
Yeah, I thought you called that there, Henry. 2 darts for Konterman. Big dart already.
31.
And that's what you may see in this game. This is what you've got
43.
to take into consideration now. They're not free-flowing. They realise it's a knockout. Double 12. And a break of throw.
31. Aaron required 20.
The tension seeps through the live lounge. Both players missing darts at double to win this opening leg. But it is Konterman who gets over the line. 4th time of asking to lead Dom Taylor by a leg to nil. Taylor's had 3 darts to break the throw in the opener. They've come and they've gone. And there's a look of distress on the face of the Bristolian.
Oh, dare I disagree with you? I thought that was just very, very calm in what he was doing there. He just closed his eyes and he was just getting back. He's just trying to get into a zone.
131.
And I thought that was very, very cute what he was doing there. It means an awful lot. And it was just a real show to me. That was a lot of real focus going into them 3 darts there. I thought that was very mature what he was doing there. You know, you look at that throw and you think, how does he miss?
57.
Everything is just so nice about it.
$94.
Huge find last start from Konterman. Ariane went off 3-1 to win the group at the beginning of play yesterday. 1 or 2 people thought that was a little bit of a fancy.
93.
Yeah, me included, you included, because we've witnessed something very special from him this week, albeit finishing 4th in Group A. I just don't think he'd done himself justice. And I think it was just a testament of how tough that Group A was this week.
100.
What he'd give for a 180 now. What he'd give for a 180 now. Should go downstairs on the last.
80. Don't require 157.
6 darts.
99.
But once again, a big find, last dart in hand. That's kind of been the story of the game so far. Taylor then leaving 58 to level things up. And one apiece.
58.
Could conceivably be 2-0 up in this game, having spurred 3 opportunities in the first. 2 at tops. More chances being spurned, and Continent comes back for 117 to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead. It's a dart at tops.
97.
And that would have been for a steal against the darts.
Dom, you require 20.
And so double 10 for Dom to level up at 1 apiece. Opportunities getting spurned left, right and centre from the tower. He is presenting opportunities on a plate to Ariane Continent. And the look on his face says it all.
20.
Forget averages. This is just a battle. And both
16.
are showing the tension.
Dom, you require 10.
Both trying way too hard.
Game shot
Maybe
the
that
second
would
leg.
just relax Dom Taylor right now. The advantage is still with the Dutchman because he has the darts, but both nowhere near a sensational best right now.
Game on.
This is just a pure contest.
Perhaps the biggest leg of Dom Taylor's week is a 22 dart
70.
leg. For all the blistering brilliance that he's provided over the last 2 days, it may well be that which could be the difference between qualification and elimination. It is the finest of margins. It's widths of wires
96.
that will dictate and determine fates. Far cry from his previous game,
85.
where he was succumbed by Justin Smith of 104.96 average.
Yeah, you're talking to yourself, why am I not finding the treble now?
60.
It's like a totally different game because they realise it's clearly a knockout game. They both know what the prize is. But I think also ultimately they know that if they fail
93.
here, they don't expect to qualify because Justin Smith will be a heavy favourite against Charlie Large and has that massive carrot of knowing if he beats Charlie, he qualifies.
60.
Totally understand it. When you've been in that situation where you think, and what's happened to my game? I played superb all week.
180.
And maybe for Aryan, he's looking at his opponent, screaming at himself. That's helped him relax a little bit. Fascinating to watch.
It is as much a
100
battle of the
requires
mind as it is a
73.
battle on the board. And Continent has 6 on 73 to put himself 2-1 up.
Game
Tops
shot on the third
is what
leg.
he needed. Tops
Ariane
is what he
Continent.
finds. And Continent, he's the man who's halfway there.
Now he's
Full
showing
against
signs of
Dom to throw
vulnerability there.
first. Game on.
He needs to go back to closing his eyes again. Focusing. Getting your breathing right. See if you can relax that arm and body. Because when darts
59.
go under the treble 20, under the treble 19, for me, it smacks tension. Ariane's looking more relaxed, isn't he?
140.
It looks as if he's just found a second wind.
I wonder what the smell was.
When he might be
134.
seeing the sights of Saturday night flash in front of his eyes. He must be looking at Dom Taylor and thinking, this is a man who has been so impressive all week.
135.
And I have got him now exactly where I want him. He's playing below par. I've managed to find my way through now.
I think for big parts of the past day and a half, Dom thought he was through.
92.
I thought he was through. And then he's realised, if I lose this game here, I'm potentially out.
66.
However, the erratic darts either side of the treble 20 there has just presented an opportunity for Dom.
Yeah, that first dart, Henry's the best dart he's thrown in this match.
98. Only require 160.
Capitalise on that.
$95. Domi require 118.
Has he got Ariane's number? Because this would be a seismic blow.
Yeah, he's realised that. I just don't like treble 18 on 118. It's double 11. Prove me wrong.
96. Aaron, he requires 65.
He's had darts now in every single leg pretty much in this match. It's Tots and Konterman.
45.
But I think that was for the match, really. The 3-1. That
Domi
would have been a
required
tough ask.
22.
Dom's got away with double 11. You're thinking, don't hit the big 11. That's the devil that jumps on your shoulder.
I just steps back to recompose.
Game
Fires the double 11.
Dom
Levels at 2-2. And he slaps his thigh in frustration and infuriation. Both players are halfway towards the Saturday night victory post.
And you put things into perspective there, and that was a majestic dart, my ad. Dom Taylor has only ever been out the top two from the very first round of fixtures, and he won that game 4-1. We're still sat in third when a couple of others won 4-0. That is the situation that we have here. But that double there.
140.
Pick a winner from here, Henry. You look as bamboozled as me.
Well, this is ebbed and flowed, has twisted and turned on a sixpence this game.
92.
Have you ever seen a player just topping the top two and then... Because this would be... I mean, he's not out, he's fighting back. He might even become favourite with another treble.
130.
Does he become favourite for this leg? 91's a toughie. Yes, he does. For the
44.
first time in this match,
91.
Dom Taylor now becomes favourite. Decisions to be made on 91. Not guaranteed a dart or a double. In fact, he's not going to get a dart or a double.
51.
This
require
would
140.
be special.
In a big moment, can the big man rise to the occasion? Not this time.
82.
And so Dom Taylor, who
require 40.
looked as if he was on the canvas a couple of legs ago, has come back swinging and
Game
lands
shot
a
on the
vital
fifth leg.
punch. It's not
Dom
quite the
Taylor.
knockout punch yet. But now he puts Konterman on the brink of uncertainty.
Like it's Dom to throw
And Dom
first.
has the darts to put
Game
himself
on.
through. And now it's Ariane who is precariously looking at the
59.
trap door from behind his shoulder.
Yeah, we're seeing the full repertoire, aren't we, from Dom Taylor? The brilliance, the fantastic finish, and the mega averages.
140.
Well, now we're seeing that B game, which I really talk so much about the game that you need, that versatility, that being adaptable. It hasn't been the greatest of
96.
games. The averages are mighty fine, but he's shown signs of concern throughout it. But if you can get through this game, here comes Konterman.
140.
This is going to the last leg, isn't it?
And perhaps it would be fitting that the first game all day to go to a deciding leg is
96.
the biggest game of the day. However,
54.
okay, Konterman's left himself on a finish. Taylor can leave something handy here if he can find a couple of trebles. But he needs to find one now.
60.
Doesn't find one. Conterman's got 6 darts here to break the throw.
$61.
But can't muster anything from that juncture. And have a look at the Taylor response.
It's good.
134.
It's very good.
Only record 106.
Is that the decisive move? Conterman has been amazing in this area of finishing. Does he need a big dart?
90.
Doesn't get it. Is that the end of the campaign for Ariane Conterman?
Dummy required,
The next
56.
10, 20 minutes will tell us whether that's the case. Dom Taylor's got a big chance. He's been second best in this game.
But now he's got the opportunity to send himself into Saturday night.
36.
But 2 match darts, 2 qualification darts have come and gone. And Conterman steps in. We go all the way. The first spot through Group C to tomorrow night will be determined by a tiebreaker leg between Ariane Conterman and Dom Taylor. The Towers had 2 chances. They've come and they've gone. Is it going to cost him?
$59.
Just when you think Conterman's a big favourite, he starts with a 59.
140.
Dom Taylor looked at odds with himself, but those missed darts at a double has bounced back. No
47.
emotion change there from Conterman, but he does realise now he's done the hard work and thrown it all away. Dom Taylor becomes favourite for this game again.
128.
If he lifts the title on Saturday night, Dom Taylor, remind me
100.
to come back to this moment because he's had real moments of doubt in this game. And you'd be thinking, Henry, maybe my name is on that trophy.
There is ice now pouring through his veins. Because it could have been so easy after missing those 2 darts at tops to completely unravel.
60.
But the way he's come back from that setback
93.
has been superb.
74 left, no panic. But it's double 16 for the match.
61.
Conterman just looks... He looks just so disappointed. He's got to keep believing. He's got to go up with the bull with the last.
90.
He gets it. It's a big outside chance. Over to you, Dom Taylor.
Only required 32.
Double 16 to seal his place into tomorrow night's final. It's going to have to be double-double to put Conterman in a world of trouble. But it is Dom Taylor who is going to progress through to tomorrow night's final. And you can see the pure outpouring of relief for Ian Conterman. He's left in purgatory here at the Live Lounge because that 4-3 defeat means that his chances are rested on the shoulders of Charlie Large, who's up next against Justin Smith. Dom Taylor's through. His place is confirmed. Ariane Conterman has to wait for the outcome of our next game between Justin Smith and Charlie Large.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Well, Dom has done it and he's joined me for a little chat. You just said to me off air there that you made hard work of it, but I was just saying it, 2 days in a row, 4 out of 5, and it still comes down to one leg effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I've done well. I'm happy to get the 4 out of 5 both days, 8 out of 10. But I feel that I could have pushed on a bit more yesterday against Charlie. He played well, but I feel I could have come out on top of that. But if I make hard work of it, I make hard work of it. I'm stood here, got through to Saturday, so...
Strange end to the day, because you had that brilliant game with Justin Smith where both of you are averaging in the hundreds, loads of 180s, 8 in that match, and then a real battle against Ian. Was that just the occasion that both of you knew a win would get you through?
I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure we were both... I know I was for sure thinking about what I had to do to get through that one. And I could imagine Ian was thinking the exact same thing. Just get the win and you're through.
We could see you obviously getting a little frustrated at times during that game. How did you kind of group yourself back together to get, well, first of all, one break of throw to regain the advantage and then get a break in that last leg?
Just keeping composure is one major thing that I've had to work on, is my composure and how I'm bringing myself to the hockey. And I feel, I mean, I'm sure people close to me would see the change in the last 6 months in my composure. Even if I just have a bad throw, come back, just take that extra 5 seconds to compose yourself and go again. And I've put it into play and it seems to be working.
And of course, you're now in Saturday's session. We've seen Darryl Pilgrim do some brilliant stuff this week, record-breaking stuff. That game you had against Smith suggests that you can produce that kind of thing as well, so you must feel you can take that onto the stage on Saturday.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know what I can do. I've done it before. It's just putting it all together when it matters and bringing the best out of you.
And just one more word on the kind of emotion, animation you displayed during matches. Do you think that'll come out more with an audience being here on Saturday?
I think so, yeah. Biggest thing about me is my personality and what I do on the stage with my emotions and that, but that's why I've had to control it, because I realised I was showing my opponent my emotions. So, but yeah, I think so, especially if it's going down to the nit and gritty, I'll bring it all out and show what I can do and show all my emotions.
Well, look, you can chill now. You can relax. You're
yeah,
through.
Thank God.
Arjen Konterman and Justin Smith are the two players kind of fighting it out, but one of them's not on the stage. Konterman's going to have to watch this in the back room. If Smith wins, he goes through alongside Dom Taylor. Charlie Large is the opponent. Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon are your commentary team.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. I do really enjoy them interviews. It's always difficult straight after a major game like that, but yeah, very relaxed. The sign of youth. I was just sort of saying to Henry, wouldn't it be very typical of Justin Smith to be absolutely incredible today? And then you would argue that his easiest task of the day against Charlie, who's got his own problems at the moment. But Charlie Large yesterday went into a situation refereed by Owen Binks.
Game on.
But he went into a situation yesterday, Charlie Large, and went on to beat Dom Taylor. You have to favour Arjen Konterman. The only thing I can sort of give you is when I played at the Grand Slam and I lost to Andrew Gilden, then relying on Gerwin Price to beat Simon Whitlock. And that half an hour was just when it's out of your hands. So wherever Arjen is, it won't be a very pleasant next 15 minutes unless Charlie could play some incredible darts, which we know he can.
As long as he's not running around the running track like you were that time.
140.
And for Charlie, this might be his moment. You know, it's just sometimes you get up there when you're on a losing streak, but he knows the implications. And maybe Arjen, as he walked out, said, "Come on, Charlie, do one for me."
140.
Well, he's going to be first to a finish against the darts, Charlie Large. Smith needs to try and find a big visit here. Now, this is really the first time today where the pressure's been heaped on Justin Smith. He's kind of been able to free roll his way towards this particular point. And I just wonder whether the changing of pressure being bestowed upon his shoulders may mean a little bit more tension in the arm, which has been flowing oh so freely over the course of the day.
$33. Charlie require 100.
I thought all the tension was over. Charlie Large, however, has got something very much to say about this.
Game shown the first
14 darter.
Charlie Large.
And Charlie's best dart. And did you see the response there from Justin Smith? He couldn't believe what's going on there. He needs to sort himself out and get himself together very, very much straight away. And Charlie Large looks like a different player.
And Justin Smith does not know where to go. He doesn't know where to look. He doesn't know where to stand.
He's like a pendulum clock stood behind there. He's up and he's down. He needs to sort himself out and produce the darts he's done all day exactly like this. He is a very bouncy character.
121.
The best bit of advice I could give Justin is just stand behind Charlie and just get your thoughts together. Using so much nervous energy by
57.
pacing up and down, and you can see there he's nervous. He's feeling it.
It's all in the eyes.
80.
There's some distress signals there. And this is what happens. We have a battle between a man with nothing to lose and a man with absolutely nothing to gain.
Whoa,
Maximum from Large.
180.
He thought the tension was over. It may well just be beginning.
Arian Cunningham, I've just heard a big roar of laughter there. I think he's beginning to believe.
131. Charlie record 164.
Doesn't leave a finish. Charlie has 6 darts and 164. So we know Christmas card off Justin Smith if he beats him here.
64.
And guess what he leaves?
However, this time it's going to be under considerable pressure.
That's an unbelievable response.
Charlie require 100.
I'll even stick my neck on the line. If he gets it to 1-1, he goes on to win the game. However, Charlie can find 2 tops. He's got 1. Oh, this is just absolutely unbelievable. What are they doing to me this week? I just keep writing this script and someone gets an eraser and changes what's going on here. From absolutely nowhere. Charlie Large has not demonstrated the skills and qualities that he's producing right now. He's averaging over 103.
93.
And I'm telling you what, Justin Smith looks shell-shocked.
What type of thing is happening here?
180.
He has found something from the depths.
81.
Charlie must have come favoured for this game now.
41.
He's 8 to 15 now, Charlie Large.
60.
I said that Justin looks visually shocked, but he continues to impress me in a sense that it's just the pacing up and down. The energy he's using doing that.
$97.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Darting drama over your Friday night chippy tea.
140. Justin, you require 170.
You could see the reaction from Justin when he heard the 1-5. This is captivating. I thought it was done and dusted with the last game. It's absolutely
100.
not.
Charlie require 50.
Charlie Large is 2 darts away from 3-0. I thought I'd seen everything this week.
Charlie Large.
You look shell-shocked.
Charlie Large is putting in a big performance.
Game on.
Not just to finish off his campaign, but to give Arian Konterman
59.
the biggest leg up you'll ever see at the Super Series. Justin Smith has to win 4 legs
60.
in a row. Otherwise, he is out.
$100.
His back is well and truly against the wall. And his face tells you exactly that as well. but he has this enigmatic poise, this
139.
enigmatic flair. This maverick magic that can just come to life at any which moment.
44.
But has that moment gone? Is it too late? He's got to keep believing, but
111.
penny for your thoughts. Arian Consummate. I can't wait for the interviews after the next game, the game after. We've seen the thoughts of Dom Taylor.
58.
His job is done. I think the majority of people, if asked, thought that Justin Smith was through. Charlie Large had something to say about it.
100.
Ton for Smith, though, to get one back on the board, and it would be a break. If Large can pile in a ton 40, we know exactly what he would leave. He's already hit a ton twice.
60.
It's not going to happen.
Justin
Smith's got
91.
6 for the break. To pull one back and to take the first step of a journey of 1,000 miles. 41 remaining. Justin
59.
double checks with our referee, Owen Binks. Double 16 upon his return. Large can only try and set up.
60. Justin, you require 32.
For 3-1. And the flame is still flickering for the
Justin
bearded
Smith.
dragon. He's still got some kind of hope. That's the first step of 4 he needs to take. 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw first.
Yeah, he's nodding his head there. He's
Game on.
trying to motivate himself. He's trying to keep believing. Charlie looks like he means business. A little nod for him as well. I think he's up for this.
100.
The real party pooper. Scooper.
99.
Well, this really has been a roller coaster, Glenn. It's been a ride of the jangling of all the emotions in the book.
97.
A penny for the thoughts of Arian Conterman right about now.
58.
This is when we need the roving reporter, don't we? I wonder if he's outside just getting some fresh air.
92.
I don't think he'll be on a running track in Wolverhampton, though. And at least he didn't get a cuddle off
140.
Goldfinger.
$97.
You know when I said we've seen everything this week? Imagine if the qualifications come from winning 4 legs on the spin. You're beginning to think what I'm thinking.
Justin, you require 115.
I like downstairs starting on 115. He likes his double 18. Not going to do it, but he can lay up. Again, don't miss the big 20. Even if you leave 56, looks like he's going down instead.
87.
Tremendous last
Sorry,
start.
146.
But this is for the match.
Not to be, and so Justin Smith to pull another one back.
140.
To bring it back to 3-2.
Justin, you require 28.
Puts the necessary pressure on it.
Big darts, big
Game
moments,
on the fifth
and
leg.
Justin Smith's up to
Justin
the
Smith.
task again. But this is the next big battle for the bearded dragon because Charlie Large has the darts,
Sixth leg, it's Charlie
swatting
to throw
away
first.
the fly,
Game.
and now looking to banish the dragon.
There's the treble.
96.
You take that at the beginning of what he will see as the decider because he's got the darts in this one. Smith would become favourite if he can take
60.
this leg. Advantage to Large. Just throwing the darts so much better.
100.
You can hear them clattering into the tungsten now. He's found his rhythm. He's really pushing his arm through. Justin Smith. Panic, you would
97.
think surely has to set him, but he keeps finding something with that last dart. but still advantage large.
Well, it's fight or flight as far as Justin Smith is concerned now.
100.
It's 140 minimum. And even then, Charlie would still be favourite. He knows where the 180s are today.
140.
Keeps him involved. What another conclusion we've got here.
59.
Just kept pressuring, did Justin Smith. Never showed any real weakness to Charlie. Is this the moment Justin Smith becomes favourite for this group?
Jolly Roger 146.
Or is this the moment where it's all over? Not to be for Charlie Large. And this is why darts is such an incredible sport.
128.
Because in most other
Justin requires
scenarios,
24.
they'd play the clock down and Charlie Large would be the winner. But Justin Smith, to claw it back
James on
to
the
3-3
6th
from 3-0
Justin
down.
Smith.
This has been remarkable from the Bearded Dragon. And suddenly,
7 from
from a
final
point where it looked a certainty that Conterman was going to claw his way through, Justin
Game
Smith
on.
has the darts to progress through to Saturday night.
That's a nervy Derby. He's maintained his routine throughout. At 3-0 down, you could
100.
say he's going to panic. But he's got a real positive attitude about him this week as Justin Smith. I've questioned his petulance.
97.
He's thrown his arms about, shaking his head. But even at 3-0 down, he looks so mature in the situation. He's 400 points away from qualification
93.
and keeps finding that treble with the last dart. Highly commended.
A penny for the forts of both Charlie Large and
94.
Ariane Conterman around about now. Large is still very much in this battle. Conterman is probably pacing up and down, 10 to the dozen right now.
98.
Absolutely fair play to Justin Smith. I doth one's cap. I don't believe it.
180.
I do not believe what I'm seeing right now.
The pendulum swings again. Smith needs another.
100.
Ton
Joy
needs more
require
110. Large
130.
first to the finish.
Large finish, maybe.
41.
That last dart was so poor.
Justin, you require 110.
Justin Smith was 3-0 down. He was probably seeing the exit door in his face. But now he's going to have a dart at double 16 to complete the most incredible comeback you'll see.
Justin
the
Smith.
Bearded Dragon was in the dungeon. He fought elimination, was probably staring him in the face, but he conjures up darts from the gods in the church to beat Charlie Large by 4 legs to 3, and he cannot quite believe it. We cannot quite believe it. Ariane Conterman can't quite believe it. An incredible game of darts. An incredible ending to this group. And incredibly, we've still got another game to come. Noel Cullerton, Tony Wood is next.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m, The Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. Well, we have it confirmed now, our 2 finalists from Group C, but what drama in the group after Justin Smith completed the great escape, the biggest comeback possible here at the Super Series, beating Charlie Large 4-3 from 3-0 down to tie on points with Arjen Konterman, who must have thought he was going through watching backstage, and he's ended up missing out on legs difference for the 2nd successive time that he's been to the Super Series. A cruel end to what's been a very promising week for the Dutchman, but it is the bearded dragon, Justin Smith, who goes through the card actually today to join Dom Taylor in qualifying. And we are going to hear from Justin Smith. He is downstairs talking to Henry.
Justin, goodness gracious me. In your life, have you known emotions like that?
Yeah, I have, to be honest with you, but not as under pressure as that, no, never. I think when I won the last one, there was a bit of pressure, but nothing like that. I thought at, was it 2-0 down? I thought I had to get 4-2 or less. But no, I didn't know. And when I heard Chris Murphy say that I need a win, a little bit more pressure on me. But yeah, I'm just glad I didn't know that I was through until I walked off the stage. So yeah.
What on earth goes through your mind at 3-0 down?
You're going to win. Honest to God, as I was coming back to the table and when I was drinking my water, I was like, I've got to win and I'm going to win. And I was like, there's no chance of me losing this. And then I ended up winning. Luckily to take the 110 out.
You were pacing up and down the stage for large parts of that game. Was that just a lot of energy? Was that a lot of nerves creeping in?
I think it's more the heat more than anything, because in the practice room, obviously, it's colder, isn't it? But on the stage, it's roasting. But yeah, I'm just glad to get through that. I'm very happy with that.
Into tomorrow night, you know what it's like to win a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Considering the way that you've got through, can you enjoy it with the experience of knowing that you've been there before?
I'll win it. I'll put it down. I will win it. I've progressed throughout the week, where I spoke to Glenn, and then Glenn said that I haven't been practicing. He knows, but throughout the week I've actually started playing a lot better. So yeah, the 90 plus averages, 100 plus averages, they're creeping in. So I'll go and win it hopefully.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow night, Justin. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What a beautiful, refreshing interview that was, and I could feel the emotion in his voice. And sometimes it's very difficult when they put a microphone, right in front of you, just moments after the most incredible game, from 3-0 down, the best of Charlie Large, and then your realisation that you're going to be there on Saturday night. And it's absolutely true what he said to me on Monday morning, that he didn't come in with a lot of practice, but boy, did he play himself into form. And that's something that we highlighted, that he has the potential to do that. And like I said, I just felt every emotion in him. And he said he's going to win it tomorrow night, and who's to argue after going through that? But what a story
First leg,
it would
it's
be.
Niall to throw first.
And I do apologise to Niall Cullen and Tony Wood without even introducing this game, but it is a battle, I guess, for fourth place. It's, for Niall Cullen in your picture there, it's been a very different week to what weeks he's previously had at the MODUS Super Series. Had many successes. And for Tony Wood, who's the real top dog in the northeast of darts, I think he'd be slightly disappointed. He showed real glimpses, and I think a lot of the damage was sort of done mid-matches of yesterday. But Tony Wood is just a fantastic man, a fantastic person, and doing the northeast very, very proud. And it does feel a little bit like after the Lord Mayor's show, doesn't it, Henry? How's your voice?
It's been better, Glenn. It's been better. But goodness me, the relief on the face of Justin Smith said it all.
100.
And he didn't even know until he actually heard up on the balcony the scenario of the game that he had to win. He thought that there was other scenarios in play. I was actually just on my way out of the interview room on the way back to the commentary box. Someone said, well, this week's pretty much completed, isn't it? The only thing that hasn't been done is 3 bullseyes on a back of a 150 checkout. If we do that, then we can scrap off the darting bingo card.
140.
Yeah, it's been like I said, for the fear. I say the fear of repeating myself, it's just been the most unbelievable week, a majestic
140.
week.
Tony Rock 126.
Players been so jubilant. We've seen devastation. We've seen happy. We've seen sad. We've seen disappointment. But boy, the memory of that match will live. It was that good, and the interview I thought
86.
reflected
Now we
the
require
kind of week that Justin
130.
Smith had, that maverick player who could come alive Saturday night. Well, Niall Cullerton told me he's fantastic on the ball. I've seen him hit him on the knees. He doesn't need to go on the knees this time.
Cullerton.
But he smacks it right bang in the middle. You can see him walking back gingerly there.
Second, I get Tony to throw first.
Not only has it been a difficult week on the dartboard, but looks like he's twisted his ankle or something as well. He's done something to his leg during the week. Ooh, get your breath back, Glenn.
40.
It has been a crazy, crazy, crazy half an hour or so here at the Super Series. And do you know what the best bit about it is?
140.
We're doing it all again later on tonight, Glenn. Who's ready for Group B?
Not me.
You need to have a little lie down in a darkened room, don't you, after all this drama?
48.
Now we're just getting an update.
Yeah, the tickets for tomorrow. The ticketing news, are you about to say?
Yeah, we got an update. There's been a few tickets sold for tomorrow night's affair here at the Super Series. QR code on screen. Dartshot.tv, the website to go to.
137.
Get your tickets for every single Saturday night here at the Super Series.
Honestly, I could listen all day, Henry. That's some of the stories you know about the MODUS Super Series, but surely today is going to be in your top 20.
100.
It's got to be. That conclusion there, we thought Dom Taylor wasn't going to qualify at one point. Then we thought Ariane Conterman wasn't going to qualify. Then we thought Justin Smith had blown it, and poor Ariane. I mean,
45.
I don't know if you saw him as you walked through there, but he must be
161.
devastated. As Niall Cullen looks at 1-6-1 for a 2-0 lead. Well, he knows how good he is in the bull, so you felt if the treble 17 went in,
97.
the rest was irrelevant.
And it would be nice for Niall to finish on some kind of high after the week that he's had here at the Super Series.
40. Now he requires 64.
We're not one to brag in the comms box, but we did feel Justin would play himself into form this week, but I didn't think he'd leave it right down to the wire at the
24.
end. Let's call it and misses tops there, but we'll be back.
Well, he's told us he's going to win it now.
Yeah, the only person I ever saw that was Neil Duff at Lakeside. I never liked that much bravado. I'm always a big believer that you do the business on the... But sometimes you've got to think the writing's on the wall. You've got to think your name's on the trophy.
Name on pot, lad. Is it going to be name on leg, lad?
20.
Why are you speaking German?
Tony require 133.
So 1-3-3 for Tony Wood to level up at one apiece.
$83. Now we require 20. $10. Tony required 50.
Yeah, you'd say Tony Wood to level up at one apiece, and you can tell that the atmosphere has just flattened somewhat after the drama of the last 10 minutes or so.
Game shot.
But Tony Wood levels up at one apiece, and it's about doing his professional job as a professional job can be in this one.
Yeah, there's integrity, but also for Tony Wood, he knows he's got a big game tomorrow night against Dave Prinz for the North East title belt. I might challenge the winner.
Oh, is that a bit of breaking news?
Sorry. I've just had Scott Hunt from the ADC. No, thank you, Glenn.
$60.
Talking about people around the Super Series, our referee, Justin Bradshaw, has been getting involved into some ADC Vault events and was actually in the winner's enclosure in one of those events this week. So many congratulations goes to Justin on that achievement.
Yeah, they're becoming to be a real success. Now, when you think about it, Henry, I mean, lots of players over the years, including me, would play local league where you would actually go out and sit there for how many hours and then have one leg of darts at 401. You know, these vaults are offering people 5 games minimum, best of 3 each one, and it's fantastic match practice. And
140.
I'm in a Super League group with all my friends in Middlesbrough, and they're attending so many and winning, a large majority of them as well. They really seem to be the thing to be now for match practice.
And we're hearing from the ADC that the projected
45.
payout for next year's Vault Finals could be in the region of around about £50,000. So not just is it a great tool for players to, maybe new players trying to learn the game, players trying to get match practice, there's also big financial incentives involved with it as well. In fact, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth actually hosts an ADC Vault event every Saturday afternoon.
83.
Well, I might win it
Now
tomorrow.
we require
I brought me
120.
darts. Did he go for 3 tops there?
I think he did.
60.
I was surprised, to be honest, after the first die, he didn't decide to go bull.
Like you said, integrity, professionalism. But for Tony, he's just looking for something to go into that match tomorrow against Prinsey.
81. Now we require 60.
That's the perfect. It's like a
Game
flatty,
shot
but that's the way he
third
throws a
leg.
dart anywhere.
Noel Cullerton.
Just for me, I think it's the way sort of his grip. I think he holds right at the bottom of the dart, because when I throw a flatty, it's
For
virtually
Tony
touching
to
the
throw
point.
first. Game on.
So what are you thinking about tonight then, Glenn, in terms of the Group B predicament?
I think Scott Taylor's qualified.
140.
I think he's got 2 wins in him, 1 win, whatever he needs. Intrigued to see how Davy Prince plays and how people react to him now they've seen him play.
60.
Matty Denon, can he be so up and down once again? Rob Collins, flattered to deceive. Like I said, I'm not overly confident the way his game is right now.
140.
Is he going to have the same sort of conclusion like his compatriot Ryan Conterman as well? But one of them deserves to have been here on Saturday night. They've been an absolute
46.
credit to the ADC Europe, but I think he's on a run of something like 7 losses out of his last 8 games, and he'll want to correct that because he's good enough to.
Yeah, many commiserations to Ariane Conterman. That is going to be a real bitter pill to swallow. He followed the rule of
60.
3. The Matthew Edgar School of Thought on Group C, but it wasn't quite enough.
Shows you what Edgar knows.
140.
Can you believe you put me in the top 5
Tony Rick,
slowest ever
161.
players? I thought that was lightning.
I won't rule against the opinions of the Iceland Master as Wood looks for the 161. The bull.
131. $133. Tony requires 30.
For Desmond. Well, that was a bit wild.
No
Well,
score.
that was even wilder. And
We
it's opened up the
require
door for Cullerton to make it
122.
3-1 and get the breaker throw.
Well, if that was Wilder, Cullerton's looking for a knockout punch. He's got a chance. Oh, that's... yeah. At least I'm getting that reaction from him. The fact when people don't look like they care when they've missed a big number there, but I'll let him off.
$71.
Sometimes you can just get a bit
Tony
too
requires
greedy.
30.
And I think he was going for the double 18 there, when a fat 18 bullseye would have looked fantastic. And double 10. Clearly
Game's on
didn't
the
fancy the
fourth
double
leg.
15 and
Tony
got there
Wood.
in the end. I think any game that followed them previous 2 was going to be difficult anyway.
Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first.
But
Game
nothing
on.
to separate them. It's Desmond.
83.
Where did that Desmond come from? I'm thinking Soccer Saturday.
Soccer AM, I think it was, wasn't it?
What other things have come into the
140.
game? We've had the Noble, haven't we? Or the Bagel.
Yeah, the Bagel. Maximum for Cullerton.
180.
The Max.
It's in.
Have you got your own wording? Have you come up with anything?
Well, I like the climb the ladder on the 120.
100.
Nobody else does, but...
Boring Deacon. I know Mason has the button, doesn't he, for the bullseye?
Probably doesn't call it
140.
barbecue sauce.
Great dart from Niall Cullerton there. 180, 140. Averaging over 91 now. I'm sure we'll be seeing both players again on this stage.
60. Now we require 98.
Possible two-darter. Tops.
58.
He's going to come back, trying to ensure the tops with his opponent not on a finish on 201.
It was different on 98. I've seen treble 20 or treble 16, but never treble 18 first start. But with his opponent on 201, this is a frustrating part of the game when you
139.
throw your best dart to an
Now we require
arguably
40.
leg is over. You don't expect now to miss tops or tens.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And that's why.
Niall Cullerton.
3-2, Niall Cullerton, 13 dart leg, puts him a leg away, but Tony Wood has the darts in the sip to send
Six leg,
us
it's Tony to throw
towards the
third.
decider.
Game on.
Just a reminder that if you have missed any of this session, and goodness me, you've missed an incredible half hour or so just now,
81.
then you can tune into our highlights package available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel following the culmination of every single session here at the Live Lounge in
41.
Portsmouth. So don't forget to drop us a subscribe. So on top of the live action, you can catch up on anything that you've missed, as well as bonus content, bonus interviews. We've got the first of a brand new series of Mason Meets with Mark Dubbridge available on there. You may have had a little bit of a
95.
sneak peek glimpse of that earlier if you tuned into the coverage on the YouTube channel. You can have the best of Series 4
41.
highlights. You can even see the best of Luke Littler as well on there. Darryl Pilgrim going crazy on Tuesday. Basically, what I'm saying is the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel is a mecca of darting content.
140. 100.
So Wood to take us all the way to the last.
$131.
Well, we hadn't seen a last leg decider for the entirety of the day up until game 13, and it looks like the last 3 games of the day are going to go
40.
by way of 7-leg
Tony recorded
deciders.
54.
Because Wood now has the luxury of time from 54 to send us all the way to a deciding leg. He has 2 in his hand at double top.
Game shot on the sixth flag. Tony
3-3.
Wood.
14 darter. Cullerton has the darts to seal the proceedings here.
7th and final leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
The last shout of game on from Owen Binks this week. Charlie Corsafine will be
100.
back on that stage tonight from 10 o'clock. Myself and Glenn Durant will be back in the commentary box. Chris Murphy will be back up on the balcony to see what happens in Group B. Well, we know half the field now for tomorrow night's finale. Darryl Pilgrim is going to be joined by Dom
81.
Taylor and Justin Smith. Already looking at that field halfway through, and we're thinking
81.
we could see something just a little bit special tomorrow night. So you can join us at the live lounge. Click that QR code, sends you to a website called dartshop.tv where you can purchase your ticket, not just for this week, but any week here at the MODUS Super Series at the live lounge in Portsmouth on the south coast, where you can see
180.
magnificent darts, a little bit like that. And if you get your ticket for tomorrow night, you will actually see Tony Wood in action, because he's going to be playing in the
140.
preceding ADC Northeast Championship belt match against Dave Prinz, who will be hoping it'll be a bit of double bubble down on the south coast for him this week. He may pick up the belt and he may lift the trophy. The Badger.
100.
So Tony Wood, first poke and an outshot in this deciding leg. Cullerton Ton squares him up to 80. To finish with a win. Not to be, and so Cullerton should get a dart at his favoured tots to finish off the week with some kind of fanfare and flourish.
Now we require 80.
Double 10 for Cullerton.
70.
The two match darts have come and they have gone.
40.
And so Wood comes back. He wants tops for the win.
$20.
But he can't take his chance.
Now we require 10.
And so Cullerton to clinch it. Double five is good enough for the Irishman, who ends his week with a victory. For Tony Wood, it's the end of his Super Series campaign, but he's going to be back to fight for the North East belt tomorrow afternoon. Now Cullerton, victor against Tony Wood in a last leg decider. 87-1-7 the average is. 4 out of 14 on the doubles. A 130 checkout being a highlight in that match. A dramatic afternoon of darts here on the south coast. Dom Taylor and Justin Smith are through, but in our final game of the afternoon, Niall Cullerton has got the better of Tony Wood by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Well, nothing on the line in that last game, Glenn, but you cannot beat Friday at the Super Series for a bit of darting drama.
Yeah, we had the record-breaking Group A that I didn't think would be surpassed, but the conclusion of Group C was amazing.
Well, let's have a final look at the results, and we will cast your eye down to the bottom for that conclusion. I mean, I mentioned to Dom Taylor during that interview that he had a brilliant game with Justin Smith, which he lost, and then a real battle with Arian Conterman, which he won. But then the match for Justin Smith, 3-0 down against Charlie Large. Have you ever seen a finish like that?
Not at the MODUS Super Series, and like I said, with the microphone in my hand, you know, I was excited. I was really, really enjoying the whole situation about it, and really pleased for Justin Smith. Enjoyed his interview as well. Yeah, it was a brilliant, but you've got to feel for Arian Conterman because he has been superb this week, and yeah, he quickly left the building.
Yeah, back-to-back now that he's lost on leg difference, once in Group B, once in Group C. We'll take a look at the table just to confirm that Conterman losing out by virtue of leg difference to Justin Smith after that comeback victory. Dom Taylor by beating Conterman again 4-3, so it just could not have gone any worse for Conterman. It was in both matches, he was looking like he was going to go through. He ends up out.
Yeah, I literally thought all three of them were out at one stage today. I mean, it would have been an incredible start if Dom Taylor didn't qualify, and at one point he was going to. But for me, it was all about that turnaround from Justin Smith. And, you know, I've been there with Arian Conterman. Like I said, I did touch on it in comms where I just give the parallel when I played and when Whitlock beat Gerwin Price there. So I know what it's like when it's out of your hands. But what a competition.
What a week we've had as well. We've had some really memorable matches, and we had one today, that meeting between Justin Smith and Dom Taylor a little earlier on. The match had 8 180s in it, just relentless stuff.
Yeah, they were really chatty beforehand, and that concerned me, but the two players that just like to be really relaxed. He showed a lot of maturity this week as Dom Taylor, but what impressed me is, again, the word maturity for Justin Smith. He can be a little petulant, but this game was an absolute beauty.
And you joked at the start of the day that, you know, maybe sometimes you don't know what you're talking about, but you did earmark Justin Smith as the most likely threat, and he proved to be the case. I mean, in the end, by coming back from 3-0 down against Charlie Large, he's gone through the card.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be that tight, but I did call it on Monday. I'm not often correct, because I'm sure you'll touch on the Dave Prinz next, but I just felt the fact he wasn't practicing, that maverick style of his, and he was going to play himself into form, but what a conclusion.
Yeah, for Dom Taylor as well. I mean, he's won 4 out of 5 both days, but yet all really came down to one leg against Ian Conterman.
Unbelievable. Like I said, he was literally never out the top 2, apart from the very, very early stages of the first set of games. And there was a moment there where I thought he was going to be out, and yeah, this double 8. And look at his reaction. That's what I've really liked about him. I like it when people fist pump. I like it when it means something. They are playing on an unbelievable stage for fantastic prizes tomorrow night and the opportunity for Champions Week as well. That's why they're demonstrating like that.
Yeah, twice in that match, Conterman got himself a breaker throw ahead and ended up losing. And then he would have thought he had the break he needed when Charlie Large led 3-0 against Justin Smith. I mean, look, it's worth seeing again because what a remarkable story this was.
Yeah, and Charlie Large, I thought, was super professional at that point. I mean, you know, he had nothing to play for apart from the fact of that spoiler role. But Justin said in his interview, even at 3-0 down, I'm going to win this match. You know, I seen something around about 3-1. But what a reaction, what a match, and what a player.
Yeah, really emotional in his interview with Henry Deacon as well. Confirmation of the 3 players that are through to finals night on Saturday. Daryl Pilgrim, the star of the week, really, but Dom Taylor and Justin Smith will be going into Saturday battle-hardened, won't they?
It's looking good because I think you've got to add Scott Taylor to that already. I'd be amazed if he doesn't get a couple of wins tonight. Them 4 top-notch and then 2 from the other 4 to come as well. What an exciting finish we've got.
Well, let's remind you of how things stand going into tonight's session. We are back at 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And it is Group B's conclusion. Now, remember, 3 go through from this group. Glenn's picking Scott Taylor. Do you think Dave Prinz is going to get there as well?
I hope so, but that's my heart speaking there. I'd be intrigued to see how the others react to him and how he plays also. I'd like to say the top 2 are going to qualify, and then it's a shootout for me between Dennant and Coulter.
Yeah, well, do join us for that because this afternoon's certainly been fueled with tungsten tension. It's been really, really gripping stuff, and there is more darting drama waiting to unfold tonight. We'll see you then.
After 12, he's used to seeing him either leaving a double or a 2-dart combination. Oh, double 14.
Shot on the second leg. Luke
That is
Littler.
what he has in the locker. That was a beauty. Hotel around the corner. Doors open at 6:30.
Game shot on the first
PM.
leg. Luke Littler.
I don't know what it is about that finish. I just love it. Observe this young man, hoping their own
11.
offspring get somewhere near what he's achieving. $81 left. Well, he's going to give us 3 balls. Oh, nearly did a Steve West.
125. Luke R 110.
Did go ball.
Game shot on the match.
He went
Luke
ball.
Littler.
Fortunately, found a small 18, which left 32.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game shot on the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117. Check out an average of 109.31.
Your winner for week 10, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
You require 132.
Now Littler wants a couple of bullseyes. He may come away. No, he's stayed there and he's found a way. Oh,
Game
yes,
shot
what
on
a
the third
checkout that
leg.
is.
Luke Littler.
Wasn't sure there was room for another. How wrong was I? How right was he? Match already. Another one in there. Leaves. Double 16.
Game
wow.
shot on the sixth
Well, the
leg.
1-3-2
Luke Littler.
was exceptional. And that 1-4-6 can be put in the same bracket. But even I can work that one out. Makes 75%.
180.
This has got to be right up there with the match we've seen a little earlier. Luke was involved in that one. It was against Justin Hood that time, and he
140.
He lost.
He still needed 2 enormous finishes to even get to this position.
141.
It's absolutely exceptional. He could win it by breaking the throw with a 10-darter.
Spectacular.
135. Luke, you require 40. Game, shot,
And that,
and the match,
ladies
Luke Littler.
and gentlemen, is what all the fuss is about.
Well, you're playing with a lot of freedom. It's this man under the pressure.
Game shot on the
and
fourth
he
leg. Luke
responds.
Littler.
And that's a 3rd consecutive ton plus out.
121.
Well, we're waiting for a pivotal moment in this match. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour. The 16-year-old leads 3-1 and is making a powerful start. Shootout on Champions Night. Well, he wants a bit of noise.
They asked, Littler delivered.
You know what, that tells me that both players there knew exactly the scenario in this match, because he waited until he was... Yeah, 11 Bull. Bull. And he conducts the crowd.
Game.
The greatest throwman. This prodigy, Luke Littler, showboating at the Super Series. Bullseye, 11 bullseye. 100% he's doing it.
63.
Hit his last 4 darts at the bull. He's gone bull 11 bull, and now he wants 3 bulls. There's one of them. This is ridiculous. Oh,
rubbish.
What's all the hype about? To finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double 14. And Luke Littler,
Super Series champion.
the leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the 3rd MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he?
The champion of the MODUS Super Series in Series 3 is the Luke Littler!